2 days?
No, it was amazing.
What are you taking back? I mean, you are a partner. We had Lillian there, other things. What are you taking back to Namibia?
What I'm taking from here is basically the AI. This is the new concept, and we don't have this one in Namibia. And I was also very motivated and encouraged by the young people who are doing some great work in terms of the science here. This is something that I'm taking home so that I can also encourage and motivate the youth in Namibia to do better in AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, let's give it up for the audio and TV team. You know, we look nice. Some of you guys are online and live. We look nice, but really the people behind the scenes do not get credit. Can we just give a round of applause to our team right there at the back? You know, the audio guys, TV guys, siyabonga bafowethu. And obviously give it up for my woman, Intoza Matota Angshalen Izandla. As we close today, the key word is leadership. Can we say leadership? Repeat after me, please. An effective leader goes the way, knows the way, and shows the way. In other words, as a leader, you must be able to be a pioneer, to go where no one has gone before. Not only do you go up there and begin to know things, because leadership is identifying tomorrow's problems and solving them today. You identify tomorrow's problem, inkinga zakusasa. Some of you faith-based organization, Jesus is the answer, but what is the question? The question is, young people are unemployed. What are we going to do about it? There's poverty. How do we eradicate poverty? You can't say Jehovah Jireh, the Lord is my provider. In the corporate world, with automation coming in, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, here, what do you do as a leader to identify tomorrow's problems? We thank God for automation. We thank God for technology. But at the end of the day, if we are not careful, the very same technology will take over our lives. So as a leader, you've got to be able to balance. Can we say balance? The need for new technology. Parallel to that, we must develop certain skills. Repeat after me, please. In the workplace, we are paid. Not according to our bills. Mara. We are paid according to our skills. So therefore it is important that as a leader you go the way, you know and have knowledge about these technologies so that you can be able to show the way. Because good leaders, yes, they tell. Great leaders explain, but effective leaders demonstrate. They do what they demonstrate. Here are 18 qualities for your consideration. Remember, you'll be getting these notes, and please, at the end of the session, we're going to give you a certification of attendance. We will also give you, we just need your name, surname, and your email so that we can send you the certificate. 18 qualities of an effective leader. The first quality of an effective leader is integrity. Can we say integrity? This is key. Always do the honest thing. It makes employees feel like they know where they stand with you at all times. And let me be honest with you. Thank God for technology, AI, Internet of Things, robotics, cryptocurrency. But at the end of the day, as a leader, for you to be effective, you must be a man or woman with integrity. Now, here's a challenge. Some of us, we have confused reputation with integrity. Repeat after me, please. Reputation is what people think I have. But integrity is who I am when no one else is around. In other words, who are you when no one else is around? When I was chairman of South African Airways, people told me, they say, Chief, it's good that you've got 10,000 people there. The white man, Coleman Andrews, the CEO, you are the boss. But be careful with people's smiles. Because sometimes people smile, but deep down in their heart, there's no integrity. I said, what do you mean? He said, the people say, hello, Dave. We say, hi, good shining corner, you bastard. You know, people are like that. How are you doing? Fine, Lenjale. So, Pratsepo, we got to be careful when people smile, Chief. What's in that hat? Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our sister Millicent Marucha from Heineken. Sis Waka. Thank you. Thank you. So let's rewind. One quality that is going to be key. And unfortunately, this has nothing to do with machines. It has to do with you as an individual. An effective leader must be a man or woman with what? With integrity. Reputation is people's perception about you. I think so-and-so is great, is good. It's their perception. You can't control that. But what you can control is you, a person of integrity. Uyatembagala to yourself. Because the word artificial, it actually bothers me because a lot of people are artificial leaders. Have you noticed that? When they are with you, they are artificial, but deep down inside, wait until challenges come up. And they will flew your master course, and all these other things. I mean, you really know. Come on, I didn't go there, Baba. Can we say integrity? Now, integrity, it goes a little bit deeper because there is a framework for integrity. There's what we call an ethical framework. As a person of integrity, there is a framework, and a framework covers the following. These are the principles that you need to respect others as a person of integrity. It does not matter how many degrees you have. Some of us have degrees more than a thermometer, but still as a leader, you must be a servant leader. You must be a what? Isn't that the words of Jesus who said, you must serve, take care of my sheep. He never said take care of my giraffe. Imagine when you're now the CEO or the human resource director. Now you've got a special car and a parking place. Even when you walk like this. Have you noticed that? Even when you sneeze, this thing is in your head. We consult for government. So when this government of national unity came, I was Millicent Bratsepo. Hey, but Molapo, imagine, Chief, overnight, you don't get a call from the president. You're thinking that car is no longer your car. And for all these years, you had a driver, and now you even forgot how to drive. So you must now get an Uber. Imagine a minister Uber, because you're no longer on the list. It's rough. Servant leadership, a person of integrity. It's all about serving others. Another one is showing justice. Having prioritizing other people, building community, and obviously respecting others. I'm going to move fast because you have all of those things. Respecting others, serving others, showing justice, and being honest, and then building community. And at the end of the day, it's all about morality. Number two, the second quality of an effective leader, as we look at these future technologies, is you got to be able to focus. Can we say focus? Focus means you follow one course until successful. Machita, I don't have a problem when you see a beautiful woman. You look at her, but here's the key, I'll tell you, you look once. You look how many times? There's nothing wrong because men appreciate. You are busy minding your own business. A beautiful woman shows up. You stand. My mom is colored. You say, praise God of the sport. Jesus. But you only look how many times? One time. And then you focus. There's a race that I must run. There are victories to be won. You focus. Mama, the same thing with you. Maybe you're with your man who is full gospel. Your man who is what? Who is? Your man who is what? You are busy at the mall, you pass Virgin Active. By mistake, you lose focus. You see a man with a six-pack urbatung. Is that possible? Mama, it's okay, but you must only look. You look one time, there's a race that we must run. There are victories that we want. Most of us as leaders, we mess up because we lose what? Focus. Some of us, you're right, our dreams have become nightmares and daymares and afternoon mares because we have lost what? And we lose focus because of things like comparison. Why are you comparing yourself to other people? You lose focus because of jealousy. We're going to be introducing our Millicent, young lady from the East End. Now she is in a multi-billion company called Heineken. You don't know the price she paid for her to be there. Then you become jealous. Another one, bitterness. What? Bitterness will make you lose focus. Bitterness will dry up. If you mask all the time, you're not there. Have you seen people being bitter? You look at them, lemon juice. They are not even the way they walk, they are bitter. Here's another one, pride. Nobody can speak into your life because you know everything. In fact, you are junior Holy Spirit. Have you met people like that? You know everything. And here's another one, unforgiveness. What? You lose focus as a leader. You have those things, you hold grudge, and trust me, leadership is not about impressing people. Leadership is about impacting people. Please repeat after me. Leadership is not about impressing people. It's about impacting people. So, but you need to what? You need to focus. You need to focus. Number 3, passion. Now, this one, CEOs, these ones you cannot give people passion. I know you're having a big TV at college, Capricorn, but you cannot give people passion. You get passion, Dr. Keith, from home. Like charity begins at home. You cannot give passion to people. Like me, that's why I don't like the word a motivational speaker. I'm an inspirational teacher. Because in Temana, you cannot motivate people. People are already motivated. If a lion were to come through this door, you're not going to wait for Brad Dennis from GD to say, there's no time for that. A lion shows up, I don't have to say a 1, a 2, a 3. There's no time for that. I know the CEO of Gautrain is here. Forget Gautrain, you'll jump all your way up there, So it means this thing is there. So some of you, even this morning, you woke up, you looked at your husband or your wife, some of us with husbands or wife. Either you are passionate or you're not passionate. If you're passionate with your spouse, you say, Viva Skatabol, Viva. But if there's no passion, you say to the Lord, is there a refund here? Matata. The key word is, as a leader, you must be passionate. Are you passionate with what you do? Are you passionate in the workplace? Here's a heavy one. Or are you just a paycheck collector? Some of us, if the truth be told, because of the challenges and the difficulties of life, we are not passionate with what we do. And we forget. Repeat after me, please. As an effective leader, I must do my job as if the only audience is heaven. Because when you do your job as if the only audience is heaven, heaven will reward you. I know that some of you, thank God for 2 days you are here, but you say, yo, Molapo, why didn't this thing just continue until Friday? Because you're thinking about the workplace. You are praying, God, may this person get a job. Please, Gautrain, Heineken, Microsoft, do you have a job? I can recommend this person. I know, it's rough. You work with people you don't like, but you forget they don't like you either. So what do? It must not diminish your what? Your passion. You must, whatever it is, you must have passion for what you are doing. You live, you breathe, you eat, and you sleep your what? Your mission. Number four. Building and managing your what? That's it, ladies and gentlemen. A leader, you manage your brand. Not today. In our teaching as I Can, we talk about 5 levels of leadership. The first level is what we call, it's just your basic one. It's what we call positional leadership. It's what we call what? You are a leader because of your position. Okay? Thank God you're a mama, you're a father, you're a leader. It's your position. But positional leadership is not building your brand. Because from positional leadership, you forget that people follow you because they have to follow you. You're the boss. Abana chance again. Yeah, KPIs depending on where. But if you want to be an effective leader, you go to the next level. You become a permissive leader. What kind of a leader? You are a leader because you permit people, Dr. Mvume, to ask questions. People so that they can approach. You don't have to agree with them, but you are a leader with access. You give people your access. Then the third level is called productive leadership. It's called what? People follow you because you produce. You are producing stuff. Is that right? But here's the big one. The big one is when you come to that, what we call a pinnacle leader. What kind of a leader? I was blessed to serve with Nelson Mandela. He does not have to, just his brand. When he comes in, Nelson Mandela. But some of us, man, you're trying too hard to manage your brand. You know, some of you religious people, even Jesus did not promote himself. It was John the Baptist who announced Jesus. In the secular world, who is announcing you? Who is it that you're building so that they can announce you? Because it's one thing to build your brand, it is another thing to manage your brand. We do courses on this. Let me go quickly. because our speakers are all ready. Number five, what is branding? Let's not go there. If it's not branding, it's not there. There are top reasons. You'll get all these notes, elements of, Number 5, excellent what? Persuasion abilities. That's why some of you single leaders, you don't have a woman in your life because you need this skill. Persuasion. You look at a beautiful woman, you don't say, Zwagalala. That is why, as part of ICANN, we've got a whole thing for men on how to approach a woman. Gender-based violence and femicide is crazy here. Because guys do not have this, when you see a woman, you must be able to persuade her. Even the way you call her, because things don't end wrong, they start wrong. My sister, can I please talk to you? And some of us who are Christians, you say, woman of God, come hither. You know, English, I say, pipeline. And then Bishop Kabinde Mageza, you unpack. You don't go deep. Inhaling and exhaling under the atmosphere. That's too deep out here. You have persuasion skill. Can we say persuasion skills? Now, some of you ladies, unfortunately, these guys do not persuade you, and you're stuck with 3 guys. The first one is what we call a commando man. What kind of a man? He commands you. I command you to kiss me. I command you to iron for me. What kind of leader are you developing there? Then the second one is a slippery man. What kind of a man? But you don't have a clue what he's saying. You know, I'll take you to the moon. First toll gate out tip up, but he said, I'll take you to the moon. Slippery. Then the third kind of guy is what we call a secretive man. What kind of a man? He's secretive. Even when he communicates, you don't have a clue what he's saying. So Molapo for how to we have a tea break. Is also lunch. My love, when Papa sweetheart, I didn't hear what you said. What did you just say? Papa, they speak in tongues and they forget. You don't have the interpretation of the gift of tongues. But when out here, you're stuck because of 3 women. Number 1, a demanding diva. This woman demands every time, give me. My name is Jimmy. And your pay is like this. No wonder you get involved in corruption. You got to impress her, the lady again. The second one is a drama queen. What kind of a woman? Every time you are with this woman, there must be drama. If there's no drama, she creates the drama. If she doesn't create the drama, she becomes the drama. When are you going to finish episode 1, season 1? Usakalaka number 1. But the rough one is what I call the control freak. What? Where are you? Kinalibo Molapo. Let me say hello to Molapo. Where are you? I'm with the CEO of Gauteng Management Agency, Pratsep. Hello, go ahead. Or WhatsApp video me. Where are you? I'm in the toilet. Flash. Man. People have to believe in you and your what and your credibility. Martin Kaskas, the former chairman of the pension fund, wrote a book on leadership and credibility. And we offer that, as a course there. Quickly, number 6, it must be what? Confidence. If you don't believe in yourself, no one else will. Whatever, but if you don't believe in yourself, no one else is. Number 7, you must have what? Clarity. The only way you can confident is by becoming really, really clear. And that is why CEOs in your TVET colleges, universities, in your organization, your vision on your mission statement must be what? Clear. Not too many words, clear. This is what we are all about. This is our vision, our mission. This is how we get there. And the values that underpin all of these are the values. Things that are tangible. People can look at them. Every day you come to work, I'm in this organization. This is what I am here for. Number 8 is all about caring. Remember, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And caring can just mean to look at your people working with you, say, I understand. Because we work with people who are going through difficult times. Dr. Mvume today, as our ICANN psychologist, is going to be talking about some issues. Yes, Heineken, you're going to find out how can a global company sponsor you, ICANN. You're going to find out on the softer side. Some of you, there's going to be a paradigm shift. Some of you, later on, Dr. Abner Mariri, who's a recovering addict, he's going to be closing this thing for us on how, as a leader, He was my right-hand man. We made millions of dollars of rands, and how he blew that money because of drugs. And he'll give you the underlying reasons. Because the problem as leaders, we forget riba to singabantu, we also need help. We can take care of all these balance sheet and profit, but at the end of the day, we are all card-carrying members of the human race. Of the human race. Number 9, compassion. Too many days leaders manage with their balance sheet, often at the expense of their employees. Oguzwela, to be compassionate. Repeat after me, please. I can never heal the wounds I do not feel. That means as a leader, you must come to a point where there are deliverables. You need to be productive. I understand that. Bottom line is profit. But at the end of the day, you can never heal the wounds you do not feel. There is a time as a leader, technology or not technology, where you need to get closer to people. Feel their burdens in your heart, not in your head, and come up with a solution and show compassion because you're a card-carrying member of the human race. Number 10, shared vision and action. It is not enough just to have a boss berard as CEOs. Have you noticed it's called boss berard? It's never an employee berard. They call it boss berard. Get the boss and say under. But you forget after the boss berard house said you need to bring this thing down because people need to implement. So you must share your vision so that they may share what? Actions. Number 11. Number 11 is all about engagement. Great business leaders are able to get all members of their team what? Engaged. The other day, how long ago was it? I was called Silverton High School. The team is here, the chairman there. How many was it last month? GDE, I was impressed. You know, I charge a lot of money because for every voice, there's an invoice, no problem. So that I can do God's work, no problem. But what touched me with these guys, my first session, wait a minute, they brought all the ladies who are cleaning, all the people doing gardens, and saying that, Molapo, in your vernacular, do a workshop with these guys, whatever it is. I mean, I was touched. Guys, I am blessed, Dr. Spani. I go all over the world. I've never seen an organization like that to say before leadership, these people here are important. Your executive assistants, your PAs, work with them first. And we're not going to be there, just share your heart with them. I was touched. Because you get everyone involved. Because every person matters in an organization. Thank God for technology. You know, if the guardsman can just switch off, Babu Zulu, Saibon, just switch off this thing. Most CEO don't know you need to turn this thing on. Just switch off. You bring in consultant, you heard, Microsoft, Net Campus, they'll charge you a lot of money. All they do, buy up and down, buy up and down, and then buy switch, and then you pay. Never, never underestimate the power of people. Repeat after me, please. Humility will protect me from humiliation. Engage people. Number 12 quality is celebration. Don't wait for the big stuff. Celebrate. Just that you are a BBT, born before technology. Now you at least yesterday understood AI does not mean African intelligence. You know, it means artificial. Some of you I could see, I must use neurons and neurons, so I'm no longer a moron. I'm using neuro. You know, some of you yesterday I was looking like, wow, you got technology, we are no high tech. Celebrate small victories, ladies and gentlemen. Don't wait for the bigger ones. Is that right? Number 13, humility, I spoke about it. Number 14, it's all about teamwork. Here's a powerful statement. One is too small a number to achieve greatness. I need you, you need me. For this technology to survive, some of us who are employed, while we are fighting for our rights, the DG reminded us yesterday, let's not forget the millions of young unemployed graduates sitting at home with degrees. Let's not forget the youth at risk. Let's not forget people who have been retrenched, sitting now, giving up. Sometimes we don't appreciate the little things we have. I need you, you need me. For Gautrain to survive, they need people to get into that Gautrain. But if the community say, Vala Lezo, there's no how pass that will come through there. So it's a whole ecosystem that we need to embrace. And let's not allow ego, insecurity, and naivety, and temperament to mess us as leaders. Number 15 is collaboration. The new word is no longer competition, Jolene. We collaborate. In Afrikaans, ons werk saam. In Afrikaans, English, network. In Afrikaans, netwerk. You know, ons netwerk. Yeah, we network there. Number 16, it's all about being supportive. And then number 17, this one, before I close, and please be getting ready. This one, that's why I wrote a book. I'm going to talk about the books in a minute, on emotional intelligence. Ladies, this one, you beat us. No, seriously, from a religious perspective, Bishop, there was no problem when Adam was alone. Okay? No problem. The Bible didn't say Adam went to heaven. No, not once. Heaven came down. But a lady by the name of Eve showed up. Emotional intelligence. Now suddenly the devil is there. No, not in a bad way. I'm going somewhere. God speaks to a woman. Listen to this. He says when you give birth to a child, you give birth with sensitivity. Women have the gift of sensitivity. A woman can say something is not right. Ganjan, please guys, listen to it. It's a gift. Can you say gift? That women of God. They are sensitive to things. And most of the time, you go, you do it your own way, you are proud to say, I'm sorry. Have you noticed that? Men are not generous with the word, I'm sorry. Have you noticed? I'm sorry. Women are blessed with emotional what? Intelligence. Dr. There you go. Mental issues, you're going to be dealing with that after Aus Millicent and Jolene. Most women, because they're emotionally intelligent, they don't suffer from mental issues. Most guys, I'm a daughter, are suffering from it because we're not emotionally intelligent. We do not know how to identify our emotions, how to regulate them. This Sunday on TikTok, MBS, Mind, Body, and Soul, I'll be speaking to Amajita on the causes, the consequences, and the cures of anger. Of what? Amajita, anger is killing us, Bafoit. And it's just one of the emotions. Do you know in any community, out of 10 crazy people, 9 are men, 1 is a woman. Ubheke guys, mahlanya, one team said, but the rest Amajita fella, uTom, uTik, uSipho. Have you noticed that? Because we don't communicate. Women have the gift of communication. And women have the gift of just being able to identify certain things. So before you too, I don't care what kind of a leader you are, we must all of us be emotionally intelligent. Harvard Review just released an article on the importance now of emotional intelligence. They call it EI. While we've got AI and whatever, EI is equally important as part of the skills of the future that we need. And finally, it's all about trust. Trust cannot be given, it must be earned. You cannot give trust, you can earn trust. Brother, Papa. Let's say hello, welcome to Praise. Sharp. This was a commercial sponsored by ICANN. Let's go back to the regular program. Number 18 is what it's about? Trust. As a leader, don't say trust me. Those days are gone. In God I trust, all else must bring facts. I trust God, but you must provide what? Facts. So I believe it's not easy. Leadership is not easy. Remember, an effective leader is the one that goes the way, knows the way, and shows the way. Why? Because they realize that leadership is about identifying tomorrow's problems and solving them when? Today. I hope that out of these 18 qualities, you'll get copies of this, that maybe you'll be able to see how do I sharpen that. Technology is great. We dealt with technology. But technology needs leaders to lead it. And it's some skills. So today we've got a package. We do have some of our books available for sale. But now because we are high tech, you can now online have this package of all these books. Take charge in terms of challenge, business ethic, coaching, whatever. But we are excited. This one, we are launching it today. Leadership skills for 2030 and beyond. Aus Millicent will be happy because we talk about National Development Plan. This was done, not even thinking about that. And these cannot be accredited because these are data literacy. These are things that even the NQF, they do not have them. So they are there. If you are interested, please talk to Sharon or to Arnold about that, okay? So, did you enjoy this? Come on, give me a clap offering. That's fine, yes. I'm going to ask you. So now we're going to switch this quickly, and I'm going to be bringing Aus Millicent and Aus Jolene to come and join me here. Can we have another mic here, please? Yeah. As you to Okis, yeah. Thank you. Some of you young guys, like this. I'll steps. I've got to coach these guys, Ausmili, because, but young delay, man, you know, so. Thank you. You can sit up here, Ausmili. We're going to have some fun part, and then we're going to go into some serious stuff on why you're here. First of all, madam, just keep your mic on here. Introduce yourself. Who are you? Short and sweet.
Good morning, everybody.
There you go.
Okay. So just again, thank you, Doc. I'm Jolene Hen from Heineken Beverages, South Africa. I'm currently the social responsibility lead head for South Africa Heineken, and that entails looking after all our CSI projects, which has very specific impact and focus, as well as looking at prevention of alcohol abuse across South Africa. And as I've mentioned earlier on, I've got the greatest job. I get to spend money, and money that impacts lives and impacts communities. And I also am very privileged to be partnering with ICANN and report to the magnanimous and inspirational leader, Millicent Maroge, and I think that's a cue then, Doc, and we can go over to Millie. Thank you.
Ausmili, I've got to make a disclaimer. You're coming from the East. As you know, wise people come from the East End. I just thought, just throw that. But, I just have to, share with the people who you are and what are you doing at Heineken.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Doc. As already mentioned, Galibizo ke Millicent Maroga. I come from Davidson, Etwatwa specifically. I work for Heineken Beverages, and Heineken, as many of you would know, we are an alcohol company. We produce some of South Africa's most well-known and to some extent problematic brands. So that includes Heineken, which is our global flagship brand, and then the problematic but much loved Savannah. We also produce other brands, including some of South Africa's iconic wines, Durbanville, the bubbly of all our weddings and celebrations, JC Leroux, Amarula, Old Brown Sherry, the list is endless. And so my job in Heineken, I look after the corporate affairs division, which entails a few focus areas for the business. One being social impact, which is where Jolene is at. And then the big one is, of course, sustainability. Making sure that as a business, we play a role in contributing, A, to the growth of this country, but secondly, making sure that we do grow our business in a way that does not take from the environment, but we find a way to balance what we are taking from the environment. And then, of course, more importantly, I also play a role of ensuring that we create an enabling environment for our people by driving this leadership agenda that we are sharing earlier on.
Aus Jolene and Aus Millie, we are privileged as ICANN that you've been funding us. I think this is the third year in this thing of binge drinking awareness program. Aus Jolene, why is a company which promotes alcohol funding an organization like us targeting the TVET colleges? And Tateleka, we're also going to give you an opportunity from Capricorn TVET is here. There are 50 TVET colleges, as you heard from the DG yesterday. So this year we are targeting 4. And out of those 4 TVET colleges, there is what we call a 3-tier approach. The first of all, we call the preparation phase, where we go meet the CEOs, the SSS, the Student Support System people, Higher Health, the SRC. We now come to them. Remember, we don't impose, we propose. What are some of your challenges? And the statistics are not looking good. And it's a problem. So instead of focusing on the problem, we then decided to partner with the colleges to say, okay, in the preparation phase, what is it that are some of your challenges and some of their social ills? Then they will, give us some of their ideas. Then the second piece, the proclamation, where we have developed a 2-day intensive program where we deal with a lot of issues, the alcohol intake, what alcohol does to your brain. And again, we don't go there judging them to stop drinking. Our kids are drinking anyway. You cannot force a person. People have choices. But we interactive through games and things like that, empower them on what are the dangers of excessive drinking. Then the third P, preservation, is when we now, after we have trained these ambassadors, we now go to the various campuses. The preparation phase, proclamation phase, then all the campuses, and you'll find out there are some people here who will already give credibility on what we are doing in conjunction with ICANN. But Jolene, why do you fund binge drinking awareness programs?
Yeah, thanks, Doc. So there's been a lot of studies and research done both, I think, on a global platform and within South African context when it comes to binge drinking. And some of the sources that we, depending on the different sources, we have received insights that within South Africa, 20 to 50% of our drinking population are binge drinkers, or excessive drinkers. So as Doc has said, our approach then is we don't finger wag, we don't blame. We want to create awareness and education so that you can be informed to then ultimately make responsible choices about your alcohol consumption. As Heineken, we are an alcohol company, but we have a very clear company purpose. We bring the joy of true togetherness, and as Millie has said, on many occasions, the joy of true togetherness is just coming together, having a glass of wine, having a cheers or a toast. So if you choose to not consume alcohol, to have a non-alcoholic beverages, it's your choice, but to do so responsibly. So our purpose, aligned to our purpose, is the joy of true togetherness to ultimately brew a better world. And that is how we as an alcohol company and the function that we have directed our funding and our education and our program. So Doc has said we have been doing this for the past 3 years, and I would like to just also thank all our TVET colleges and the CEOs that's here this morning for opening up your institutions to us, for being able to create that education and to create the awareness amongst the learners so that they can make informed and responsible choices about alcohol. So Doc, binge drinking, like the word binge, it can be for many things. We binge watching series and television, we binge eating sugar, chocolate, and so many other things. Like binge is not always good for you. When we consume alcohol, a certain amount of alcohol units, so let's say over 5 units within 1 hour, that is classified as binge drinking. But also the research and the studies...
Be careful, because some of the people here watching and here, are you saying we must not hit 6-pack in an hour? I explain, unpack that. I'm going to give the people opportunity to ask questions. So 1 hour.
Yeah. It also, this is a lot of the questions we also get from the students and the research, and please, Doc, you have your experts that goes out, and I'm by no means an expert on the matter, but what our research has shown us is different, your body types, your age, your weight, what you consume, whether you've eaten, whether you've not eaten, and also the alcohol volume that you consume, whether it's a whiskey with a higher ABV, a higher alcohol volume, whether it's a cider, whether it's a wine, whether it's a non-alcohol, that all plays an impact, so on your consumption within a specific hour. So understanding that, and that is why we have today also here some of your trainers, Doc, and we can share with, if there's anyone would like to know, please welcome also the trainers to answer that. That is ultimately about being mindful of your choices when you consume alcohol. And being mindful also mean that when you consume alcohol, are you going to drive? That is some of the choices you also have to make, because and the research has shown, and we can dispute and we can argue, there's psychosocial support that can be given, there's psychologists unpacking this, but the stigma associated with binge drinking is binge drinking leads also to behaviors that's undesirable. People go drive, they act aggressive, and that is why you ask, why binge drinking? It's because we want you to make informed choices. In short, consume alcohol responsibly, and make ultimately the right choices about your consumption.
Thanks, Jolene. House Minister, I think Jolene's going to be shocked here. You are actually the visionary of this thing. You actually shared that with us in passing. I'll never forget that. And then we begin to design a program. Why is that important to you?
Yeah, I think just touching base on, let me borrow yours, thank you. Just building on what Jolene has highlighted, coming from a township myself and seeing what is happening with young people in our country, particularly with drinking of alcohol, and more specifically, the irresponsible conduct that we are seeing. For me, there was an opportunity for us as Heineken to really step up and partner with yourself and other partners to then elevate and raise awareness around drinking and drinking responsibly. If you look at our messaging as the alcohol industry, all our messaging on TV and on radio is accompanied by a line that says, enjoy responsibly, not for sale to people under the age of 18. Many of us, we hear that message, but we don't internalize the message. What does it mean? And what is responsible drinking? Because as you grow up, you role model your behavior to what you're seeing in your community. And unfortunately, in many of our communities, the drinking culture is such that it is okay to drink 12, it is okay to drink and drive, it is okay to drink on an empty stomach, it is okay to start drinking in the morning. And so when you're telling young people to say drink responsibly, what does it mean? Because what I'm seeing is what has been normalized. And so the intent with this partnership was really to change the narrative and also to create awareness around what is responsible consumption, having conversations with young people. What are the drivers that I, as an individual, are leading me to drink, but also then to drink the way that I drink? And growing up, I remember, simple things like language, and I think this is something that many of us can resonate with. Uncles will say, "I'm namhlanje." So when you listen to that statement, it doesn't really say, I'm going out to have a glass or a drink with my friends. It means I am planning to get wasted. And that's the environment within which we live in. So when we had the conversation with ICANN, it was around two things. One was young people. How do we bring these conversations in an environment where young people can positively influence each other? And for us, institutions of learning was that environment, because there's very little external factors. The second one was, where do we then capture these young people? And for us then, vocational college or TVET colleges became that space, because to a large extent, universities, when there is any funding from corporate, it tends to go to universities and very little to TVET colleges. But also TVET colleges, many of them are actually located in the community, in the townships, either in the periphery or in the township. So these young adults actually are living in those dynamics that to some degree are driving irresponsible consumption. And we wanted to influence their thinking in an environment where you have so many things that incentivizing you to then have I would say, irresponsible drinking behavior.
And again, I want to say thank you before we open the question and answer session. This year we'll be reaching 5,000. In fact, when I leave here today, we're off to KZN. So I think let's just say thank you to them helping us just this year. 5,000. The last 3 years, I think we're going for 20,000. Thank God for ICANN. I'm going to go this way. But what other projects? You're also involved in other projects. Recycling. Talk to us about recycling. And I also want on this week, you guys are going to be doing some graduations on the, I think with the micro or whatever. So recycling. Mabotolo let's hang on Heineken, savannah.
Yeah, let me, before I jump to recycling, just stay on the issue of responsible consumption. So as Heineken, we have a very clear agenda around driving the message on responsible drinking and addressing harm. So collectively as an industry with all our competitors, we partner on a lot of projects through our industry association, which is known as aware.org. Some of you might have seen the logo. And through aware.org, we drive clear programs around underage drinking. So working in schools, working with institutions where kids below the age of 18, being NGOs, we start having those conversations around underage drinking. In South Africa, we have to acknowledge and admit that we have a long way to go. The incident in the Eastern Cape will forever remain a reminder of the damage we have and the work we need to do to correct that. Then the second thing that we focus on as an industry is on drinking and driving, working with multiple partners, including law enforcement, to make sure that we start deterring South Africans from normalizing drinking and driving. We still have a long way to go, even in that sphere, but there's work being done. Then the last one, it is drinking during pregnancy. This is a social issue that is very prevalent in certain parts of the country, but we really want to make sure that it doesn't become a normalized behavior, like show me you can have one. It's good for producing milk when the child is born. So you start hearing these narratives that somehow encourages or gives people the sense that one is not harmful for the unborn child. So that's a collective effort of the industry. Outside of that, as Heineken, we do have programs that we're running, and Jolene will speak to the one on underage drinking. But one of the key projects that we are driving as Heineken, it is really making sure that through our brands, we also reach our consumers who've made a decision to drink and consume those brands, to understand what responsible consumption is. And I do think we still have a long way to go, but the work that we are starting to do, for me, is encouraging. Yes. And if you look at the work we're doing around the brand Heineken, we have a lot of work to do with the other brands. But ultimately, we as a business, we want to operate in an environment where we play a meaningful role to raise awareness on responsible drinking. But we also want to operate in an environment where our customers, being our liquor traders, our taverners, our restaurant owners, they also elevate the message of responsible consumption and make sure that they themselves do not, for instance, sell to minors. They are not a nuisance to the community. Growing up at Davidson, there were like 5 or 6 shippings around Ekaya. So it's something that I've always kind of woken up to the fact that it is not acceptable, and it shouldn't be acceptable that there is socials Sunday and they switch off the music at 12 a.m. and we're all expected to be okay with it. So that's the work we're doing with our taverners and our outlet owners to really elevate their responsibility to the communities in which they operate and they serve.
Awesome. Before we open, other projects that you're involved in?
Yeah. Doc, not everybody can consume or should consume alcohol. As Malia said, if you're under the age of 18, it's a no. If you're going to drive, it's a no. And if you are pregnant, it's also a no. So we have a global mantra called low, slow, and no. So the no part is what we have mentioned. Other projects is we do have a pilot that we have in KwaMashu, KZN, looking at underage drinking, and our focus here is based on a holistic approach, an Atlantic model adopted for South Africa specifically, on the looking at the learner, the school, the educators, the parents, and the community. because we have seen the most success in driving a change in behavior is you need to look holistically at the ecosystem of the individuals. And that's our underage drinking program in Kamashu. Our partnership is with NICRO because we also provide support to parents and where it's needed to learners for counseling for that. Then one of the projects, there's many that's very close to my heart and passionate about because I see the real impact. We get to engage with the people, and we, as Millie and myself and the team, we are involved as Heineken with our social partners, is also the psychosocial support we give to our farming communities throughout South Africa. It's the safety we give. We have projects in Midvaal where we have also looking at safety issues in the community. We do, as part of our CSI, the fetal alcohol syndrome for the pregnant mother, healthy baby program, which we have in the Northern Cape as well as in the Western Cape. Then also it's the men's dialogues that we have and the GBV support. Our GBV is very focused, and here we're looking at, as identified by government, there is 6 pillars within the NSP, looking at safety, care and well-being, empowerment of women. We as Heineken focus on care, where we support women at shelters and we give them care packs and care. And these shelters, we're looking at the areas where there's the most highest prevalence of reported gender-based violence cases. So I've done projects with Heineken, Dobsonville, in Nanda, Lusikisiki, in Delft, many other communities across South Africa, specifically on GBV. So our core flagship is binge drinking, and then underage drinking, no drinking and driving we have with the road authorities, with JMPD, with Department of Transport. So we do it, as Millie has said, through our association aware.org and also as Heineken individually. So there's a double focus that we have because we do believe it's the right thing to do. Alcohol has existed in society for thousands of years, millions of years, and we believe it can coexist positively within a balanced lifestyle in our communities.
Let me open this for question and answer. Ndatelekau. Again, we want to say thank you so much. You were the first TVET college. Just share with the people how many thousands of young people have and what this has meant to you as a CEO of Capricorn.
Thank you very much, Doc, for the opportunity. As one of the TVET colleges in the country, and in Limpopo in particular, we admit around 15,000 students, and quite a number of them per campus, they've benefited from this program. And this is as a result of the mandate that we have within the student support framework, in that that framework makes a provision that we've got pre-entry. We support them with career guidance as and when as they enter our institution. But the second layer of that student support framework is your on course. And on course will involve things like academic support, leadership, wellness, the critical one. That's where the binge drinking and your GBV programs comes in. And the last part being an exit program. So, but the critical part is that one of on course, wherein we've partnered with ICANN, so that we're able to reach out to those students. Because the main thing at the end, much as we promote access, but they must also be successful. They must be out of the system being successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esbu. Let's now open for the question. We are coming back, I think, August. We are visiting all 5 campuses as part of our preservation there. Folks, this is a good time to ask any question now. Or comments. You don't have, sometimes it's not a question, it's a comment. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Prince Ngwenyane. I'm a speaker, motivational speaker. I just have a quick question in terms of the programs that aware.org does in Heineken. How low do you go? I'm happy with the TVET colleges. They're in townships. That's where I'm based. So I love the slogan for Amstel. It says, slow brewed, extra matured. So you check the younger generation from primary school, when they get into high school, now they look at the older ones and they want to live their lives very fast, and that's how they get into it. So do you go to the lower grades? And how low do you go, more especially for underage drinking and so forth? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, we as Heineken do not go into schools because of the underage appeal. I think in fact, no alcohol brand will go into a school or will engage with any under 18s directly, because as government, we made a commitment. Even if we intend to do good, they still see the brand, and we don't want to be seen as and being unauthentic in terms of we're trying to promote underage appeal. And that is why our focus is very intentional. The aware.org, they do go into primary schools. They have the Leaders of Tomorrow program, where they have identified schools. And we have tried through Aware, and Heineken is the main member of Aware. So although we cannot directly go into schools, we fund associations that can go, because our intent is we want to prevent underage drinking. So they then go into the schools, and we have tried to also partner with the Department of Education to make it as part of the curriculum for primary schools. Primary school learners, as how low you go, they start learning about alcohol and drug abuse in what is standard 4 grade, and giving my age away here now, grade 6, am I right? So in part of the grade 6 syllabus of life orientation, they do speak about abuse. And I know as part of the curriculum, they start there already. We have in the past funded, or also tried to work through Aware with the Department of Education to look at in a curriculum where you focus on substance abuse holistically for the young ones, because you find you need to catch them there. If you must catch the small ones and instill that awareness there, because as you've said rightfully, it's too late when you get older, or not too late, it's just more difficult. But we try and then through Aware get them at lower. So there's all phases. They're starting through Aware at the primary schools, the high schools, we also have programs, and then in the TVET colleges. So there's a whole pathway of, we don't just say we leave you only TVET colleges and no schools. No, sir, there is definitely programs happening. But can we do more? Absolutely, yes.
Two more. Okay. It's Umamkalase 1, 2, 3, 4. So 5. 5 is a number. Good, like David, 5 letters. Yeah, 5. That's good there. Some of the guys are too slow today. 5. Sure.
Good morning, Doc. My surname is Kasela, not Galela.
Did I say Kasela? Thank you, Sissy.
Let's really appreciate the work that Heineken is doing. I have been part of the work that you guys have done, particularly in recycling. And it's a pity, Jolene, that you did not speak about recycling, because I think it's a very important aspect of what communities actually need to know about. What we used to say is that waste is wealth. And unfortunately, our communities are still not exposed to the importance of issues like recycling and what waste can do. In South Africa, unfortunately, we are not exposed to the separation of waste, as an example, which is something, if we were educated about, would actually be creating a lot of work for a lot of people who are unemployed. So I do think that it's something that needs to be gone into much greater detail. And I think if Heineken rather has got an opportunity to expand in that regard, I think it's something that would be appreciable. But I also want to say that I echo the sentiments of the speaker who said that it's quite unfortunate that we have not really gone to the young ones, particularly in your primary schools, because you would know that drinking has now gone down to your 9-year-olds. And I'm talking from experience, Doc, you would know. I know that. Your 9-year-olds have started drinking. And, you know, unfortunately, as Millie was saying, this is something that they watch, they look at, they see in our communities. And they then begin to emulate those communities. So we need to do much more. Social development has got a program which is called Kimoja, where they go to primary schools. And I think there's an opportunity to partner with social development in that regard so that these campaigns go lower. We unfortunately do not look at alcohol binging as substance abuse, but alcohol is part of your substance. And unfortunately, I mean, research has shown that there's a lot of alcohol binge drinking, but that when people indulge in alcohol, there are other issues that arise from that alcohol drinking. So I think we need to do a lot more. And of course, I also want to acknowledge that with the work that Heineken is doing, which is commendable, we do need to get many more partners to actually get involved, because it's a very big problem. It's a problem that requires everybody and a lot more partners. I think my last point is the fact that a lot more needs to be done in our communities, and I might not be putting it the way I want it to come across, but families, parents, uncles, aunts, we need to teach them more to actually be supportive to our abusers, our service users. That's what we used to call them. So parents will, when our kids, you know, abuse, whether it's alcohol or whatever substance it is, instead of, even communities, neighbors, instead of encouraging them, supporting them, we need to be judgmental. We become judgmental as communities, as relatives, as friends, as, you know. So when a person, even when a person has gone through rehabilitation, when they come back, instead of us embracing and supporting them, we tend to always remind them, Uguti, you know what, I don't want you to have anything to do with Utobega because Utobega is a substance abuser. So there's a lot that needs to be done to ensure that communities become supportive and actually stop being judgmental. Thank you very much.
Thanks for those kind comments. Siswam?
Thank you very much, Dr. D and the panel. You know what? I have a challenge in terms of not probably Heineken, but some of the people that are in your business, in your space, where they would go to universities, for instance, because this is my first-hand experience. When I was still dean of students at university, there would be trucks, of whatever, alcohol that is there, that they would give to the students, especially first-year students, when they say that they are doing bash at welcome, So they know about it. So what happens is that I remember we would have a caucus with other deans of students, especially Rhodes University, Eastern Cape and UPE, and NMU, where they were saying, we need to give space for the learners, students, to be alone and to do these things so that they get used, to the culture of putting wine on the table and be able to socialize as family, as friends. But it was not, according to our culture where I came back from, where you say, okay, when we're eating dinner, you'll put wine, everybody will participate who's around there. So, and they would even give out, transport to say, for them to go sleep in their rooms, we need to take them, take them to their rooms. So the university itself would just, do that hand in hand with the alcohol, company. So now my problem is that, is it not, now contradicting yourselves to say now you are going to them to say no to that, yet beginning of the year, you encourage them to say, come, welcome to the university, be free. You are from homes where freedom was not allowed. And I just want you to talk more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll keep that because of time. So that's one question you've noticed, recycling, and this one. Now, she was the dean at Walter Sisulu University. She's now our resident psychologist. So she actually works with the people like that in a minute. Sissy, question number 3 there, or comment?
Okay, thank you. What are the ingredients that can drive the addiction maybe to be reduced? Because I feel like if you say that people must have a limit to say maybe don't drink and drive, or to comment on this thing, we live with people who are previously disadvantaged, especially from people coming from broken families. Imagine that you can write a message, but that person, maybe they are not enough equipped with the educational skills to maybe grasp such things. And mostly of our parents, they do not receive such opportunity we are grasping now with such seminars. So I would like maybe to think, maybe even if the industry are now starting touchable interventions to say we are making programs, why don't we start with the product also and maybe try to minimize the percentage and try to be with the community. And then I usually see the awareness of drinking and driving and pregnancy. I don't usually see the one with mental wellness programs, maybe to say if you are going through mental issues, call this number, because I feel like most people who get into alcohol, they are in need of help. They are seeking some help or someone to speak to. Commenting to what the previous speaker said, people and the communities that we come across, we are judging each other. So maybe if there can be a helpline, as much as when you are injured, there is a helpline to assist you, to maybe like comfort you to the effort not to take too much consumption. And I would like to ask, what are the statistics driven by alcohol to take lives? What is the benefits of alcohol to the community? And last comment, I encourage more wellness interventions. For example, facilities whereby we can say this facility, it's a gym of Heineken, but under, not maybe focusing on consumption of alcohol, where people will have such seminars, starting with this one. And also, there are no control with the elders, but I feel like when we say we want to focus more on the young, we need to start focusing on the elders, because they are the one who are having the most influence. And the only thing that we need to help is to drive the motive to the parents, because you can speak to me now, but what if I'm coming from a family where the influence will just make me more? So let's just focus on the upper, then it goes to the down. Thank you.
Those are the SRC leaders. We've noted that. We're going to answer that. Can we have that one, and then Fundis will be the last one, yeah. Okay? Guys, you can be short and sweet, because I'm very strict with time. April, go ahead.
Good morning once more. So, quick one. I think most of the time what we understand is we come from broken families. And maybe the question to the speaker also is that what programs can we actually help the development of one will say, let me put it this way, help the development of families, right? To say that we have a program that actually deals in family matters, especially when kids from school, because we actually identify these things from school to say that child is not performing because the family is broken, but what can we do as also leaders in organizations to actually to help our people? As much as Dr. Molapo mentioned that when he spoke to the people who were workers in the ground, they were able to respond to that. How can, as leaders, also to help our employees to actually to identify such things, to actually help them to build our families? Even when we see neighbors, how can we actually extend that also to ensure that that can actually be covered?
Thanks, Dr. April. That one, and Fundis, you'll be the last one, please. Because this Millie has got another appointment, and we also need to be on time for our main speaker, who is here already. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. In the name of Jesus, hello. Are you still fine?
Yeah, we're sharp, sister.
Sweet and short. My name is Mutsei Mungaike from the foundation called Tumahole Legacy Foundation. My question is, when are you going to come to the Free State?
Super will answer that one quickly. Mfundisi, Bishop, you represent the faith-based organization. You have the last question or comment. Wow.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Doc. Mine is just a comment and congratulations. Let me doff my hats off for you to bring this two beautiful ladies here.
Focus, Mfundisi.
Yeah. Focus. Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The Funukuti Doc, to these two ladies, thank you very much for coming up with a damage control system. What we are doing is to remedize. You are doing a damage control system to come back to the users and tell them Uguti how must they use your product. So that is why I'm saying I congratulate you. As a faith-based leader, FBO, I just want to say to you, please let your road show ihambe all the provinces. I will need you also at my place because there are a lot of your product users there. And also, I'd love to say to you, Tina njengabafundisi, whether you are doing a marketing ngapha, Tina as abafundisi ngapha, we discourage the people to drink alcohol. Well, I must be fair to you, and we read verses also, and when you look at the book of Proverbs 23, iti lengwati. I'm sorry for laughing, Doc. Iti lengwati, do not look at wine when it's red, when it's sparkling in the wine glass, when it goes down smoothly. At last, it bites like a serpent. At last, it bites like a serpent. Ungayibukile pia ibuka iqhebezela, but ekugcineni kuluma njengenyoka. So I want to say to you, congratulations, come to our area so that you can remedize the situation because there is a lot of alcohol users there. And thank you very much to give our kids. I saw it's about 3 years ago, Doc. Seba nebia eli alcohol free. Yona yeneken yona ayiyo baba. But it's alcohol free. Now we puza awudakwa. So that's my comment as umfundisi ukuthi thina sisebenza ukuthi by the lack of word thina sisebenza ukuthi demarketize yabo. Whether you are doing marketing, thina we demarketize you as pastors. Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you, Mfundisi. But I get you to be careful because umuntu uzathi uJesu was in this wine industry. No, the first miracle kaJesu, your wine masingangeni lapho. Masingangeni lapho. Folks, yeah, let's hit some of those answers. Siyabonga Mfundisi for those wonderful, they've heard it, and then he's one of our supporters, by the way. So we need to do something. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the audience for questions. I see Umam Kasela has stepped out, so I'm going to reserve the comment around going to students or learners at primary at starting an early age if she walks through the room. So Ma, you raise a point around how we as liquor businesses market and market our brands to young people, particularly at the university level. A lot has changed in how we show up as alcohol brands. And a lot of that conduct in terms of targeting Freshers Bowls, Afrikaans University used to call it Rec Week and everything, or O Week, I think that was VETS, O Week, we have really scaled back. Because I do agree with you, we used to be very aggressive, and that used to be a space where we would go in. So right now, as an industry, we have a code that we use to regulate how we advertise. So a few things you would have seen over the years. You know, in advertising, the dress code of the actors in the ad, first and foremost, that has changed. Gone are the days where there's a beautiful lady wearing a short dress and serving drinks to a group of gentlemen. We've come a long way as an industry. So along the ways, we've been self-correcting. We are self-correcting even how we show up in schools. Like, for instance, a lot of the rugby traditional schools, they'll have, for instance, beer gardens. We are coming out of those spaces. So as an industry, we're hearing these messages and we are correcting. So I would love to hear if we are still in your campuses showing up in trucks and trucks and trying to say, here we are, because we shouldn't be showing up in that manner. What we should be showing up is that if there's going to be any event in a campus, there should be a clear guidelines on how we're going to drive responsibility. And that is a combination of two things. One is regulations on the trading hours, checking of IDs if there is going to be selling, but also provision of non-alcoholic beverages so that the young people have a choice. Because if I've made a choice not to drink, I shouldn't therefore suffer being in a social event and I don't have an option. There should be non-alcoholic, and those should include, as Ubaba has said now, the likes of Heineken Zero. There should be soft drinks, there should be water and stuff. So there's clear guidelines that says if we are going to do an event in an institution of learning or any, these are the guidelines where we balance the provision of the alcohol and making sure that those who choose not to drink are not compromised. But also even the selling of that alcohol is done so responsibly. So we'd love to get that feedback, but we are in an industry that is self-correcting, and you will see more and more of that behavior coming through in how we show up in our ads, be it TV, radio, and outdoor. Then, because I wanted to address that issue. The issue that you're raising is a very fundamental issue that we as an industry for years have been at loggerhead with government. We wish, and it's a wish, that in the curriculum, particularly the life orientation curriculum, we really elevate the issue of alcohol and alcohol abuse. Because you are very much correct. We're having more and more young people drinking, and even in primary. Now, to address underage drinking, there's a couple of factors that need to be in place. One is the inclusion of the content in the curriculum. Right now in the curriculum, we talk about substance abuse. So it's a whole lot of things, but we're not having a focus on alcohol. So kids get lost, oh, substance is drugs, I don't do drugs. So you lose the message and you lose the caption. The second factor that needs to be there is the liquor traders that are in those communities. They must be the one to say, Nganyam, I would not sell to you. That's a gap we still have, and that's the work we are trying to do as Heineken with our partners. And then the most important one is the adults in the child's life. We're still sending children to go buy alcohol, even namhlanje. Bese ke mina as usisifikile ngiyayithengisela ingane ngoba ngiyazi uthengela ugogo. So at what point do I then say, this child is being exposed, and this child now knows it's easy to buy this thing. So how would I know when they are coming to buy tomorrow that they're buying for themselves? So we actually need a whole community intervention. But we as Heineken and the industry, we definitely are looking at those partnerships to say, how can we elevate this conversation in the curriculum? And Aware.org has recently adopted Kimoja as one of their projects. With the former deputy minister who facilitated that. So we're hoping that now we're going to see more of that happening and the industry showing up, particularly through Aware.org in those forums, particularly my programs, social development. So as I said, it's still a long way to go, but we need to start somewhere. And sometimes starting somewhere means to start at this corner, but that corner is bleeding now. So, which brings me to the point that the young lady was raising in terms of the intervention. You know, alcohol, it is a product that is fermented from fruits and grains. There's nothing that is artificial that goes into an alcoholic beverage. When it's beer, it's barley hops, which is all natural products. Of course, it ferments, it's a product. And there are guidelines around what and how, to what extent the alcohol could be to the strength. The call out from the young lady that I'm appreciating is non-alcoholic and low ABV brands. We are seeing globally that Gen Zs are saying, actually, we want alcohol brands or alcohol options that are lower in ABV. So now you're seeing more and more ABVs coming in, ciders and beers being at lower than 5%, others are at 0%. And then we're also seeing that even in spirits. But what we are getting from research is South Africans are not yet being receptive to low alcohol beverages and non-alcoholic beverages. It doesn't mean we shouldn't, it just means that we need to create that awareness. So I'll make an example. A few years ago, there wasn't something called less sugar in Coke. There was Coke. But today, many of us, we buy less sugar unconsciously because the industry has worked so hard to actually shift our preferences from that Coke, the one when you open it, that one. And now when you go to store, you get more of Coke Zero and less sugar. And many of us can't even taste the difference. In fact, some people now prefer the less sugar one. So it's work that has been done, but it's been years. So now to see, now we are still at the early stages. So it's gonna take time where we get to that stage where people are saying, actually, I can drink a non-alcoholic beer and be at the braai with my friends, or non-alcoholic cider and be part of the fun and not feel like I'm the odd one out. So it will take a generation, it will take young people, because they are the ones who are saying we are preferring. So keep the focus, but we are definitely as an industry making and now playing in that space of having variations or different type of alcohols. In terms of changing societal norms and behaviors, it is incredibly difficult in a society that is sitting with I would call it legacy trauma. We are sitting with enormous societal issues, and so alcohol becomes an outlet for many people. And so with this statement, what I'm trying to say is it requires intervention from different parts of society. We need faith-based organizations to be comfortable to be in the same stage as the liquor industry, civil society, because right now, as a liquor industry, there are fewer people who want to partner with us because we are still regarded as a sin industry, which is okay, but we are not the sin industry. We are an industry that wants to play our part in making it different. So challenge us. Come to us and say, knock, knock, I want you guys to come to Free State. Knock, knock, I have this project which is around mental wellness partner. We'd rather have a conversation where we're saying, we've invited you, Anzanga, than for us to say, you guys are not inviting us. So we really want to partner. We have an industry NGO, we have our own programs as member companies, and I'm not saying that we are perfect as an industry. We are far from being perfect. We are far from solving this problem, but we're not gonna solve it on our own. So we appreciate these conversations.
You spoke like a leader, 2 seconds. Answering your question, Dr. Sidibe, please stand up. Deandra and Tato, stand up. At the end of the session, these are our master trainers, Dr. Steve Ogupi. Outside, we've got our psychologist, Dr. Mvume, social worker, Usbu. So what we do is we do have, we just don't do just these programs. Immediately, 24/7 helpline, we can be able to help you. Plus, Nabafundi is also helpline, which is or same time, like Tandazela, same time, while you're calling. So we're able to address some of those issues. Two fun question, or you wanted to say something before?
I think just lastly, in terms of the environment, we care equally about the people and the planet. I think as Heineken, and I can share with you, we're doing excellent work in terms of our carbon footprint and how we show up within our communities. We sponsor the recycling projects. We have a green tribe. We work with buyback centers. We work with waste pickers. Many programs that we have. In fact, yesterday, we were up in Gauteng working with in the areas in terms of how we support the circular economy, to how we can get more waste pickers to become employed, and then they sell the waste to the buyback centers, and Heineken sponsors many of those programs throughout South Africa. And I'll gladly share with you more details around that. I think we separated that for today because it's such a massive discussion that we can have when it comes to sustainability. And I think, Doc, just the last, Millie has eloquently answered all the questions. Then there was a comment made in terms of behavior and why do people behave the way that they do? And we're finding ourselves funding a lot of research on just that. Why do people abuse alcohol? Why do people feel the need to do certain things? And we've even had behavioral research scientists doing this research. And even from a leadership perspective, we had the brain up and how the brain function work. And it's amazing that even our neuroscience, there's as much as they can try and understand, there's still part of the brain and the behavior that's still being researched in terms of the why. So for us is looking at some of the whys that come out, which we believe it's not all the why, because there's deep-seated root issues and causes that we need to get into and tap into to understand the why part. But as Heineken, all our programs is based on behavior change. It's not just about reaching 5,000 students. The program ICANN does for us, it's about the change of behavior. Because ultimately, and we want to change the behavior for the better. The same with our underage drinking. It's about the change and the prevention of underage drinking. So we have to change and shift behaviors. That's the only way we can win, and we can't do it alone as Heineken, as Millie has mentioned. We need government as well. Putting in regulations, and this is where we will need our leadership to also help us. We've seen it in COVID. Alcohol is a legal substance abuse. We pay excise, we pay tax. We can't ban it. People will find ways to consume it, will find a way to get it. We want alcohol to coexist, balanced and healthy in society. Putting in regulations that's disproportionate doesn't solve alcohol abuse because of the underlying deep-rooted issues that we have to tackle as government, as leaders, as civil societies. And we as Heineken, and in fact the entire alcohol industry, we have put our hands up and said, we want to work with the health organizations. We want to work with you. We want to work with government and find solutions in terms of tackling the abuse of alcohol. Thank you.
Thank you. And the lady from the Free State, Mfundisi. Monday and Tuesday, Emalahleni TUT, we are there. Lady from the Free State, we're at the Goldfields TVET College on Tuesday, I think Wednesday, when is it? Tuesday and Wednesday. So Serikeni, we're already there in the Free State. Make sure you connect. 2 fun questions that we go. Question number 1, if you were going on a date, who would you imagine? Call it alcohol, I'll take a personal now. Your dream date and why?
Focus. Always my husband.
Is it because he's watching?
It's my husband. The passion is there, Doc. The
Okay.
passion, you mentioned the passion.
Yeah.
I've been happily married for 24 years.
One.
And thank and bless to God, that's him. No one
Question
else.
number 1, we'll come back. Sis Millie? Fantasy date and why?
Oh, goodness, I would need to think about that and come back.
No. Favorite beverage, and then we close. What's your favorite beverage?
Doc. It's like asking what's your favorite child. I think the power of Heineken brand is we have a multiple portfolio, unlike any other alcohol company. We have beers, we have ciders, we have spirits, we have liqueurs. So it depends on the occasion that I find myself in. I'm not going to select one. If I'm celebrating, there's a JC that we have. There's a zero alc when I'm going to drive, zero Savannah, a non-alc Heineken. There's red wine when I have steak. There's white wine, Nederburg white wine, Durbanville Hills when I have fish. So, Doc, that I'm not going to select one. we're blessed to have a wide portfolio for every occasion, and we use so responsibly.
Smil, the last word, your favorite beverage?
Hunter's Dry.
And that's right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for our Smiley and our Jolene. Thank you. Bless you, bless you. Thank you. Our Jolene is going to be here with us for some time. Our Smiley has to be leaving in a couple of minutes. So if you want more information, Diandra, our team is there at the back. Feel free to ask questions. I'm here. We are ready at the TVET colleges. Ntatelekau, thank you so much, and many other TVET colleges. What we're going to do, folks, we are on schedule. We are on time. Good news, the AI in the stomach has spoken to the neurons, and we are going to have a tea break. Please, I'm going to cut 5 minutes. We're going to have 25 minutes of tea break. When we come back, we've got Dr. Mvume. We're going to be dealing with on mental health issues. And then afterwards, our closing key address, Bratsepo, is here from Gautrain. Somebody was asking, are you going to get vouchers for free train if we are dragging? I can you know. So our closing speaker is going to be Tsepo, and then Abna Mariri, who's a recovering drug addict, is going to be wrapping up everything on. It's good to have these sessions, what is the way forward, and making it happen. So again, folks, tea is served. Please enjoy it. Network CXIA, remember after lunch, during the extended reality, and also Saibono, we still are here with Ubabu Zulu here with the exhibition there. So guys, let's go 25 minutes. We need to be back. Thank you.
Uamphalosi Park is a special park. It's known as the birthplace of the rhino. It's from here most of the white rhino populations actually originates. In recent years, organized crime has infiltrated conservation, coming in and poaching rhino. Last year was 769 animals killed. That's over 2 animals a day. Peace Box Foundation, we work together towards a common goal, combating wildlife crime and trafficking within Southern Africa.
If we don't have technology that can support us, I promise you, the rhino will decline. The park's got 96,000 hectares. You cannot identify exactly the direction these people are going to use. Even yesterday, we lose up 2 rhino. That's a problem. So from my heart, I need to make sure that I'm fighting the rhino poaching. If you touch rhino, you touch me.
Rangers want to save rhino. They don't want to be technicians. And that's where we started looking at Azure and the cloud.
What we're looking for is to detect suspicious human activities on the images taken by motion-activated camera traps.
They're just a camera that takes photos as soon as something moves past it. You know, animals moving past, wind blowing grass around. It's taking a lot of photos that you really don't want, and you have to look at each one if you really want to catch someone. The problem with that is obviously that you can only process so many photos every day. What we're able to do with this system is that this photo is processed by a machine learning model and only sends down the relevant photos, which is humans and vehicles.
At Nerve Center, we have a reaction unit team. The reaction unit team will fly straight to that area to make sure we save this rhino.
Before Azure was really not scalable, Microsoft's such a massive contributor to open source. Azure really makes it easy to use Linux operating systems. Everything runs on Azure Functions and on a Postgres database.
We are using Keras-based framework with TensorFlow, SSD, neural network architecture,
Healthcare in South Africa is very challenging. The biggest burden sits in the rural areas. It's a vast country. People have to travel big distances to access the correct care. How do you take a specialist out into a remote area? This is what we do at Pulukisa. Pulukisa means to heal in one of our local languages. We ended up building a cloud-enabled backpack, which tests for 10 most common diseases: HIV, tuberculosis, diabetes, heart disease. In our country, we've got a very, very high maternal mortality rate, of the worst in the world. And these are all things that are super important when you're screening a pregnant woman. The backpack can go on the back of a health worker, so you could literally knock on people's doors and screen them at their homes. The data is collected and uploaded to MySQL database in Azure. Almost immediately, the results are pushed back on Power BI and delivered to the clients, no matter where they are.
Precious came to our clinic as a patient who had a previous miscarriage, and she did not understand what's going on in her body.
On my first miscarriage, I was suffering from high blood pressure. Because of the lack of instruments, no one can help me. My child just died inside of me.
So when she came, we screened her to check all those things on a woman. To get the results will take about a week, but with the backpack, it takes just that 20 minutes.
Everywhere there are people with great ideas around the world. But what's the gathering place where these dreamers get together and have their ideas come to life? Microsoft. It's literally a place where we get to weave the tapestry of the future.
Now I'm 8 months pregnant. My child now, I'm going to call him Blessing. The new technologies is giving us a hope and a new bride. That even our generation, like me, my child, will be healthy. So I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy.
Sometimes the game is won before it even began. I think preparing for a match is as important as playing a match. How can I get better? How can I help my team get better? Try to be consistent every day, both in your training and in your preparation. Our fans motivate us to work our hardest, and just the passion they show come game time.
Technology plays a major part in rugby. It changes the way we strategize. We can analyze everything, all the way down to the tackle. Blue fans out there, they want results. What better way for us winning the World Cup? I want to be a world champion for South Africa and the Springboks.
I'm Saqib Sheikh. I lost my sight when I was 7, and shortly after that I went to a school for the blind, and that's where I was introduced to talking computers, and that really opened up a whole new world of opportunities. I joined Microsoft 10 years ago as a software engineer. I love making things which improve people's lives. And one of the things I've always dreamt of since I was at university was this idea of something that could tell you at any moment what's going on around you.
I think it's a man jumping in the air doing a trick on a skateboard.
I teamed up with like-minded engineers to make an app which lets you know who and what is around you. It's based on top of the Microsoft Intelligence APIs, which makes it so much easier to make this kind of thing. The app runs on smartphones, but also on the Pivot Head smart glasses. When you're talking to a bigger group, sometimes you can talk and there's no response, and you think, is everyone listening really well, or are they half asleep? And you never know.
I see two faces, 40-year-old man with a beard looking surprised, 20-year-old woman looking happy.
The app can describe the general age and gender of the people around me and what their emotions are, which is incredible. One of the things that's most useful about the app is the ability to read out text.
Hello, good afternoon. Here's your menu.
Great, thank you. I can use the app on my phone to take a picture of the menu, and it's going to guide me on how to take that correct photo.
Move camera to the bottom right and away from the document.
And then it'll recognize the text. Read me the headings.
I see appetizers, salads, paninis, pizzas, pastas.
Years ago, this was science fiction. I never thought it would be something that you could actually do. But artificial intelligence is improving at an ever faster rate, and I'm really excited to see where we can take this. As engineers, we're always standing on the shoulders of giants, building on top of what went before. And in this case, we've taken years of research from Microsoft Research to pull this off.
I think it's a young girl throwing an orange frisbee in the park.
For me, it's about taking that far-off dream and building it one step at a time. I think this is just the beginning.
When you know that success is yours to have. When love and affection calls you to reconnect. When you're eager to start a new day with the courage to make yourself a priority. When it's time to explore and broaden your horizons. If you live, work or play in Gauteng, the Gautrain commends your ambition, determination and that passion for life and the environment. Gautrain, for people on the move.
used to be, how do you get data? Now it's all about, what do you do with all this data? So what we're trying to do to address this grand challenge in the face of all of these destabilizing factors in agriculture is to make agriculture more precise and more sustainable.
We can't simply double our acreage to produce this food. What we need to do is develop new crop production strategies based on the cloud and the ability to develop repositories for all this data, right? When we combine all this data, we can develop models.
We need maps of the in-field variation that's going on out there. To do that, we need a tremendous amount of data.
But trying to figure out how to consolidate it has been quite a challenge. Right now, we have to take and manually put the data into a program.
What we would like to build towards is a system that's cloud-based, to where we can bring this information from all of our locations back into a single cloud presence.
This pilot project with Microsoft has us evaluating some of their technology on our research farm. FarmBeats is providing us a mechanism for aggregation, data visualization, and analytics.
The only way we're able to do that is with machine learning and AI now. And we're able to generate those maps and recommend to growers how to alter their production on a piece-by-piece basis across that field. It's automated recommendations that growers can act on is the goal.
If you had that data in a set, then you could start to build scientific stuff into it and figure out what farmers have. Once you got a big enough pool of farmers that are putting their data in, turn it into a common language and then partition that out so that everyone can have their own silo.
I'm not a software developer, and ARS is not really designed to produce software as such. And so identifying products that integrate a lot of our needs and is kind of a one-stop shop that creates standards and allows for the real-time data flow and storage on the cloud allows us to then provide faster data visualization and information to farmers, putting sustainable agriculture in a precision framework so that we can provide the kinds of solutions farmers need and address the constraints they have for maintaining the productivity that we need to feed the world.
Now, if you're a college-going student or just about to enter college or someone who's trying to switch careers, then this report is for you. The latest World Economic Forum report tells us about the hottest jobs in the next 5 years across the world. Continue watching to find out more on our next report.
The world is going through a disruption. Technologies like artificial intelligence and robotics are changing the way businesses operate. Going green is the new mantra, and sustainability seems to be the way forward. But many fear that these disruptions will come at the cost of certain jobs. At a time when mass layoffs are a daily affair, a new report by the World Economic Forum paints a grim jobs outlook. In the next 5 years, employers around the world expect a net loss of 14 million jobs. So while 69 million jobs will be added in the next 5 years, 83 million will be eliminated in the same period. But the 14 million job losses proposed by the report are more complex than you may think. Trends like green transition and the adoption of big data, cloud computing, and AI are likely to see a positive growth in the future. But that is obviously after some disruptions in the labor market. So what are the top jobs? Electric vehicle specialists are going to be the stars of the job market in the next few years, followed by AI and machine learning specialists and environment protection professionals. Sustainability specialists, fintech, and data analysts are also likely to shine in the next 5 years. But here's a surprise too. It's not just big tech and green jobs that will be in demand. Heavy truck and bus drivers, vocational education teachers, mechanics, and machinery repairers will also be in high demand. But the future may well belong to green jobs, says the report. Green jobs may end up helping not just the environment but also the economy. Green jobs are likely to add 30 million jobs by 2030 and also add 3.5% to the global economy. Now you know which job will help you stay ahead in the job market. Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
When you know that success is yours to have. When love and affection calls you to reconnect. When you're eager to start a new day with the courage to make yourself a priority. When it's time to explore and broaden your horizons. If you live, work or play in Gauteng, the Gautrain commends your ambition, determination and that passion for life and the environment. Gautrain, for people on the move.
The world in 2030 future technology. Speaking of 2030, 2/3 of the world's population will be settled in cities. Houses will be more integrated into internet. Foreseeing technological progress will raise human-machine relationship. Looking at technology growth, we can say that the world will be totally ruled over by artificial intelligence. So the future is right in front of your eyes and it will arrive before you'll even notice. Many high-tech inventions will take their turn to rule. Let's see what possibilities lie in the world's gossip about the future. Number 1. Digital twins. In Star Trek, where large numbers of our thoughts of future innovation sprouted, people can stroll into the medical wings and have their whole body carefully filtered for indications of ailment and injury. The U.S. organization has assembled a scanner that will gauge many biomarkers in around 60 minutes, from chemical levels to the fat structure up in your liver to the markers of irritation or quite a few tumors. It expects to utilize this information to create a 3D computerized symbol of a patient's body, known as an advanced twin, that can be followed over the long haul and refreshed with each new output. It will create more ways of diagnosing and healing patients. Number 2. Artificial eyes. A large number of innovations are coming to reality that will re-establish sight to individuals with various types of vision difficulties and diseases. Specialists at Monash University in Australia are doing a lot of work at trials for a framework by which clients wear a couple of glasses fitted with a camera. This sends information straightforwardly to the embed, which sits on the outer layer of the cerebrum or brain and provides the client with a simple feeling of sight. Number 3. Airports for flying cars and drones. This thought is to eliminate the requirement for numerous vans and individual vehicles on our streets, replacing them with a spotless option of another sort of little airplane from Hyundai or Airbus. Strictly speaking, by 2030, people will own their own personal flying cars, drones, and planes. So, to build airports for them will be necessary. Number 4. Energy storing brick. Scientists are working on energy storing bricks, which are used to build buildings and other structures. In the upcoming decade, they may succeed. These bricks will be rechargeable within a few hours hundreds of thousands of times. The researchers are said to have developed red bricks as supercapacitors. This invention is in process and might emerge by 2030 as smart bricks that can store energy like a battery. The bricks can be associated with sunlight-powered chargers and store environmentally friendly power. These electrodes have pores in their construction that empowers the storage. Number 5. Alive robots. As AI is rapidly progressing today, it is said that by the next decade, robots will be living as humans on Earth. Specifically, the hybrid robots that are constructed using the stem cells from frog embryos would be swimming in oceans alongside human beings to gather microplastic. Scientists say about them that they're neither a conventional robot nor any known types of creatures. It's another class of relic, a living, programmable life form. Robotics will generally lean toward metal and plastic for their solidarity and strength. However, Levin and his partners see benefits in making robots from organic tissues. At the point when harmed, living robots can mend their injuries, and when their assignment is done, they self-destruct, similarly as regular life forms rot when they pass on. Number 6. Internet accessibility. There will be internet for everyone in the future as we can see the advancement of technology today. As for some areas, internet's facility isn't available, but Google is trying to solve that problem. They have adopted a strategy by dispatching their own organization of shoebox-sized microsatellites into low Earth orbit, which awaken a modem connected to your PC or gadget when it flies over and conveys your information. Their satellites circle the Earth 16 times each day and are being utilized by associations like the British Antarctic Survey to give internet.
Anyway. Yeah, maybe we'll start in the middle there. Yeah. And Dr. Mariri, you're going to be sitting here, my brother. Oh, do you miss the Khrudman in a Bratsepo? Yeah, okay. How are you? It's good to see you. It's good to see you too. Thank you so much. We can close the door, guys. We are about to start. Thank you so much. Well, folks, we have 3 sessions left. It's going to be, again, welcome to those online. Thank you so much for your patience. The good news, we are still on schedule. We will finish today, latest 1:30. But the 3 sessions that we're going to have a short interview. Afterwards, we have our closing speaker, the CEO of Gautrain Management Agency, our partner. I need to say Dr. Tsepo. Maybe I'm a prophet, you know. Doctor in the making or prospective or, you know, and I had to speak these things as if they are. And Dr. Tsepo Khobe, and then he's going to give us a final closing address, and then thereafter, Dr. Mariri will now be wrapping everything on making it happen, and then Ntaten Kabindo will close in prayer there, okay? Are you still happy, folks? And I hope you left some things for your AI stomach, because the lunch today will even be better than tomorrow, okay? For some of you online, we are praying for you. Next time, please be here live with us, okay? Let's get busy. Dr. Mvume, we are blessed in that you own a school, you are an entrepreneur, you are a former Dean of Walter Sisulu University, but today's context, you are our consultant as a psychologist. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Nomvume Gwele, a psychologist that used to work for the University of Walter Sisulu in the Eastern Cape. And I also used to consult for NMMU, doing the psychometric tests for incoming students, first years. And we used to do a lot of workshops in the schools where we're doing a jumbo program, trying to make them think out of the box so that at least they could pass, you know, very well. And those programs are very successful. And now I am in partnership with ICANN. And I have a school in Albertine, and we are doing well. We are those schools that are getting 100% pass.
Good. Oh, yes. Dr. Mariri?
Thank you. Gracious greetings to you, Doc, and to all the guests in the house. My name is Abna Mariri. Son of the soil, born and bred in the East End in the township, lived in the US for about 14 years, And currently what we do, I'm part of ICANN, and we do microfinance on the side business, which is basically helping small, medium-sized enterprises to grow their portfolio and to grow their business. And I'm a proudly recovering drug addict. Literally, my drug of choice was crack cocaine, ecstasy, and alcohol. We work in the wider, greater community around issues of substance abuse, looking at outpatient program, because the statistics in terms of the challenges that as a nation we are facing with regards to drugs is that there are fewer beds available for those struggling with mental health and addictions. So subsequently, we did an incredible outpatient program to try and empower communities to have their own programs so that ultimately they can be the beacon light of hope for the greater community that they serve. So we have amazing programs that we have, and yeah, we, through ICANN, make those programs available specifically when it comes to issues of addiction.
Thank you so much. Let's go straight. We have top leaders here today and online. And yesterday I was making a joke. You know, when you say people online, you say online. You know, they are right here. You know, online. They are now.
Yeah.
Dr. Mpule, let's see straight. Our statistics are not looking good. While our passion as the foundation is working with young people, but we are also finding out that people in leadership are struggling in the area of mental health. Can you expand on that?
People who, you know, are old and working and have their companies, they forget to take good care of themselves. And they leave some of these things to, you know, pile up challenges, problems. Because remember, before you are a worker or, you know, somebody who is, you know, employing other people, you are first your person. You are first yourself. You are a mother, you are a father, you are everything, you know. Churchgoer, pastor, whatever that you are. You are a human being. And you are not immune to any of these things. Remember, there are those issues that, you know, will pile up and cause mental health. Mental health is, well, we are here, we are aware of what is happening, and it is good. And we need to keep it like that because of the continuum, for instance, that we find ourselves very well-beings and healthy mentally. And, you know, because of things that happen, load, you know, at work, other things that are happening at work, you can't control those things. And you have those other people, you know, that are under yourself. And you don't know what to do about them because they do things that you don't like at times. And because of your personality as well, you'll find that you are not, you know, performing very well. And before you know about it, burnout will, you know, creep in. Those things that, you know, you don't have control over. And burnout will lead to a lot of other things. Stress is very critical in this whole thing. And when you talk about stress, we have two types of stress. For instance, acute stress that, okay, people don't understand and are not aware that at least you are suffering yourself. But there's this other stress that is too hard for you to control, where it involves the neurons in the head, it involves physically. When I'm talking about neurons in the head, I'm talking psychologically and physically also. You know, they affect you because what happens is that there is adrenaline, you know, in our system. That adrenaline, we all know that, hey, you know, it pumps a little bit. But once that adrenaline, which has a hormone inside, it pumps cortisol into your bloodstream, then that is when you are going to have a lot of problems physically, you know. Doctors, you know, are making a lot of money. I'm talking about medical practitioners because of stress. Because it will start from, it affects you badly. It starts from the head and affects your brain, you know, and then it goes to your chest, your respiratory system, all the systems, you know, the nervous systems, your esophagus, your stomach, ulcers, your body, your skeleton, you know, you find yourself suffering. as if you are ill, yet you're not ill. It's just that you are too much stressed, and your body is reactive. It reacts against you. So all those things, it affects your reproduction, systems, everything, especially with men, that if, it can cause dysfunctionals in terms of, yes.
We need to deal with these things, Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So you'll find out that it will cause havoc for you. It will destroy you. And then it creates depression. It goes with, now, when it becomes depression, now it is now not just stress. It is a mental health issue. It was mental health, we're all okay, but when it becomes an issue, it's when you have depression, you have anxiety, you have schizophrenia, you have bipolar, you have, you name all of those things. You have all those things. Yes, all those things, they are caused by maybe your finances are very low, and maybe you even, develop a crutch in terms of alcohol, drugs, all those things. It's not that, I like what the lady, Jolene, and Millicent, what they were saying here, to say, yes, we can or might accuse them, the industry, of what is happening. It is about individual, that you do all these things because you can't control yourself and you can't handle your problems. So it shows that all those things we need. You know what? The other thing, even if you are now having those depression and other things that I have mentioned, but there's one thing that you need to do, is you need to take good care of yourself. You need to talk about it. Because remember, mental health issues or challenges or illnesses, people tend to stigmatize them. You fear talking about it at work because people are going to say you are crazy, you are mad. So now you're hiding, what you're supposed to, because all those things, they are curable, they are curable, and you just need to come out and talk about them so that at least you get help. And you'll find out that at work, even those people that are under you, there are those that have those conditions, but at a very mild degree. And we know that there are those people that you say, well, I'm speaking.
In English, it's nows, the nows.
And you're saying, if there is a week, see those lamps, that we used a long time ago in the villages, because I grew up in the villages, you put paraffin in, and there's a wick inside there. And if that wick burns without it touching paraffin, there's a problem. So you'll find out that us also, there's a point where that wick will not touch paraffin, and you get burnt, because it will be smelling, the smoke will come out of it, and your eyes of those people that are around you will start to react. It's because you, as a leader, at your workplace, there's something wrong with you. So now it affects all other people. They will cry because of you. They will, that gas will emanate out of that, and it will not be a good one.
Thank you, Sister. We're going to be opening the question and answer session. Dr. Abner, I think I'm privileged because of all the people in this room. I know you for many years. You're like a brother to me. You know my ups and downs. You know the good, the bad, the ugly. And you've gone through your own challenges. In this book, The Door, An Addict's Journey, this is your life. Talk to us about The Door. And obviously, you, by that time, you are the founder and the CEO of Joint Development Foundation. You consult for ICANN. You're a CEO of a big company at that time. You're a multi-millionaire. You've got hundreds of people working for you. And then suddenly, you opened the wrong door, and it took you through this journey. Share that with us, and then we're going to open the session for people to ask on how we can get out of this quagmire. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the privilege and for the opportunity. Actually, I went a couple of months ago, I went to speak for SAFM. They had a strategy session, and they asked me to come just for 20 minutes to come and open the session, and I went. and they have a book club, a book reading club. And on Kathy Motlatlane's show every day, Monday to Thursday, I think from 9 to 12, as we speak now, my book has been read on SAFM, and it's been read for the last, my goodness, for the last month, for the entire youth month, and it's almost nearing an end. But be that as it may, it's incredible. You know, somebody once said that pride does go before the fall. And I never thought in my wildest dreams I'll be speaking on a subject of drugs and addiction and alcohol. And it has become a passion. You know, I think I was at a church in Tembisa a while back, and as they asked me to come and speak, and I went to speak, and as I was speaking, they had question and answer session. A group of about 12 young boys stood up, and they all were suffering from nyaupe, and they looked at me straight in the eye, and they said, "We want to quit, but we don't know how." It was like something was birthed within me, because as I looked at them, I looked at hundreds of thousands of young people across this country who were struggling with addiction. And it's almost like I found my niche, my calling, my ministry, to say this is the guys that have been called to. What you refer to as nyaupe boys, I see them as warriors in recovery. You know, I see them as young people who are given an opportunity. And just to draw back, you know, just to give you a panoramic view, I went to practically, I never thought I'll be an addict. I was at the wrong place at the wrong time, and I was offered something that I could not refuse. And that was, there was a table, I went to speak somewhere, and there was a table in the middle. When after speaking, they said, "Come, we're going to chill with you." And I said, "Okay, fine. What do you drink?" I said, "I drink wine." So they organized about 2 bottles. It was a Tuesday. And so I had to go home.
At that time, there was no pinching awareness from
no,
Heineken yet, because you could have gone through that. I could have.
That's right. I wasn't benching, but you know, I said, "Look, I drink wine." I was a casual drinker, and but as I was asking for a restroom before I went home, they said, "Go upstairs. There's a door on the left." Instead of going to the door on the left, I went to the door on the right, and in the door on that right is where my misery began. Because I found approximately 10 people who were sitting around smoking. And in the middle of the table, there was every drug imaginable. And one of it, I saw 2 people who I knew very well. And they said, "Before you leave, you got to try something." And my eyes zeroed in. I didn't like cocaine, because I worked with Huma Sikela and Tsepotsula, and you know, I knew the ramifications and the implications of taking coke and what it does to your nostrils. So I saw something that looked like a cigarette, and it was a crack pipe. And I was drawn to that. And in that room, there was most probably about 3 young ladies who were half naked. And because when you smoke drugs, your body bends. So the first thing that goes away is your clothes. And I got attracted. I was slightly tipsy, and I took that cigarette. It didn't do anything. And I coughed a couple of times. After about 15, 20 minutes, I said, "Well, I'm done." Got in my car and I left. And when I left, I got on the freeway. When I got on the M2 freeway, the drugs started to kick in. I parked the car on the side. I savored the moment. It was like a new world was opened up for me. And it became a coping mechanism. For the first 2-3 years of my life, I could control it. I was literally a regular user, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, at clubs, at parties, and that's what I would do. But before long, my life started to disintegrate at the seams. And I became, fast forward, I became incredibly, I lost control. And I became decadent, arrogant, conceited, self-centered, egotistic, you name it, I was it. You know, I had the answers for everything. I intellectualized to hide the nature of my addiction. And before long, it was the late Huma Sikela and my friend Lebo. Lebo is a recovering alcoholic, and I think he celebrates about, I was with him a couple of days ago, about maybe 28 years clean from alcohol. You know, so we've got a scheme of brothers who most of us are recovering drug and alcoholics, you know, and obviously our motto now is to go to community. So I came out, and when I came out, my goodness, you know, Huma Sikela took me in, and Lebo, I relapsed inside, went to my second recovery, relapsed, and went to my third attempt. And my third attempt was at South Coast, where I spent 9 months of my life. They don't allow anybody I think it was you and Bishop Noel Jones who came to see me there. And I was truly grateful, you know, and that's where I recovered my life. And that's where I began to understand the nature and the pattern of my disease. That's when I said to myself, I want to research into the space to try and get to know more about it in terms of what it does to your mental health and what it does to your body. So we came up with a small little workbook called Choose Life, which basically chronically, there's no funny stories about alcohol, no funny stories about drugs. And it's animated, brilliantly done. Got a couple of guys from KZN to basically look at that material, and it's amazing, David, and you know it, and you were there. And I decided when I came out, and it was prompted by what is called step 4. When you're in rehab, you do step 4. Step 4 simply says you make a moral and fearless inventory of yourself. And when I was in rehab, they give you a skepbook, and a pen. You go sit under the tree, and you pour yourself out to deal decisively with the duplicitous character that has characterized the person that you are, the double nature that you are. So I went through that cathartic process, and that process for me opened the door because I found a passion in writing. And when I came out of rehab, I decided, man, let me take time out to pen a book called The Door, My Addict's Journey, you know, and I decided, funny enough, it was at Melrose Arch, you know, where it was a place called, at the time it was Club Kilimanjaro. It was owned by Sidi from Senegal and Lebo. And that's where I started my decadent lifestyle and the life of serious addiction. And funny enough, when we were launching, we collaborated to say we want to launch it, and it was here. And unfortunately, this place was booked. Discovery booked it, and they threw us at the venue. I didn't know that they owned the venue, which was formerly Kilimanjaro. And that's where we launched our book. And our book was simple, just to make people aware about the dangers. You know, nobody goes into active addiction thinking that they'll become an addict. We all experiment with something. Gateway could be drugs. Gateway could be an attempt with irresponsible drinking. Gateway could be, you know, some funny friends, you know, who put pressure on you and you succumb to certain things. Gateway could be a cataclysmic event that takes place, like for me, losing a son who was killed at university. So there's a whole number of things, but we decided to pen a book and we decided to launch it. You won't believe it. On the 5th of May this year, we celebrated 13 years clean time from drugs that almost took our lives. You know? So we penned a book. So it has opened tremendous doors, and it's amazing. And I think we've done about 6,500 copies now. And we partnered with Thokozani from 405 Newsroom, and we've designed an incredible podcast. You know, we've got 15 episodes. We're going full scale, full force. And we decided to choose life, no funny stories about alcohol, and curated it for television. You know, and now we're curating that for Tati Mosheshe, close sister, read the book and said, Abna, we got to do something, and brought a whole host of people to the office and say, let's try and curate the book for theater. And we're looking at theater. And a friend, Dumandlovo, was celebrating 30 years of Muvang. And when we met with a young man who basically is the owner of the river. And he saw it, and he saw a value proposition and said, man, maybe we can do something about the book. So you will never know what the enemy means for evil. God has a tendency to transform it and throw the trajectory to a positive. When I went to rehab, I said to somebody, you know, God allowed me to go through drugs. I said, no, God didn't allow you. You made a conscious decision to pick up a pipe. And the God that you serve had to send a rescue mission to relieve you and release you from. So I'm grateful. If you want to see a miracle, you're literally looking at one. Had it been not for the grace of God, I would not be with you. You know, there is a poem, I can talk forever, David. There is a poem in my book.
I want you to close with that poem.
Oh, with the poem,
yeah.
Okay.
Let's allow people because of time. So you are here, you're a leader. All of us go through difficult times. You're looking also at a man who went through difficult times. And this is for the first time I disclose this. When I went through a tough time in my life, in my marriage, I didn't have a place to stay. I left everything and I stayed in Abna's house.
That's right.
You see, that's why relationships are important. You said something important, because the problem is you cannot be a macho man, a macho woman. All of us go through difficult times. But I think today is not here to judge, but to encourage you. We can talk about AI, IoT, cryptocurrency, and all these things. I've written books on it. But today we wanted to end on a positive, that we need this work-life balance. Because whether you like it or not, when you go through it, you're going to need someone to be there that you trust. Because no difficulty is permanent. I don't care what you go through. No difficulty is permanent. Every challenge has an expiry date. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to ask questions from a professional who deals with mental health, particularly you, ladies and gentlemen, in the top positions. But most of the time I see you lapha, no, ngigrand. And most of you, we're talking right now, I could hear the atmosphere is going down because maybe you are going through that, or your spouse or someone. Maybe like Abna, you've gone through alcohol abuse and drug abuse, but we are here to let you know, Guti, it's part of life. The thing is, you must take care of yourself. I cannot overemphasize the importance of self-care. Remember, you can never pour out of an empty cup. If you are empty, what are you pouring out there? So at this time, I'm going to ask a couple of questions or comments, and then we're going to wrap this thing up right now. Okay. So let's start maybe this side. Any questions on this side? I see a hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay, going. Okay, Jabza, this, yeah, we're still on this side. So let's just this side. Let's see these first 3 questions or comments this side. No, ngapa Jabu? Right there. No, ese move up. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3. And then we'll come to this side and that side. Go ahead.
Thank you, Doctor. I heard Dr. Abner ekhuluma is it gateway? And I became so worried because I'm sorry, I have this thing of the weed. I don't know where do you classify the weed. And it's used every day. So when you spoke about gateway, I said to myself, maybe it's getting there. It's in the process. And it's used with pipes. I don't understand these things, but I'm old. It worries me so much that coming here made me to realize that some of the things which we carry, Dr. Nomvume, thank you very much. Even the stresses we carry, especially for our children, because some of the things you can't go head on and tell them. It's like, hi mama, yes mama, you are seeing wrong things. It's just casual, but it's not casual, it's every day. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the comment. Second comment, and then HOD.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Cindy. Thank you so much, Dr. Abner and Dr. Nomvume. My question, Dr. Nomvume, is directed to you because you mentioned something so critical. You spoke about burnout. And I think that is something that we don't talk about a lot in the workplace, especially for us young professionals and for the decision makers in the room who occupy very high positions. We don't really take burnout into account, and we're in very high stressful jobs, moving all the time. So my question number 1 is, when we think about burnout, we always imagine the most extreme part of it as in being in hospital, but that is not what it is. So how can we, A, notice the warning signs leading up to burnout? How do you know that I'm getting to a point where I'm getting burned out? And B, how can I mitigate against that? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's hit that one, Sissy. And then HOD, you'll give us the other question. Go for it.
All right. Thank you very much, Siti. What is happening is that most of the time we're not aware if we are going down, our mental health way, up until you get tired, you get headaches, you'll be on tablets, from day to day, trying to heal. You'll be on migraine sometimes, but those are serious ones that, you'll suffer from. And most of the time, you'll be crying over nothing. You will not know what to do. You will hate yourself. You will think that you are useless and you're not doing much because maybe you have a boss that is, not satisfied exactly with what you are doing, and you'll be crying, and you will have, insomnia. You won't have enough sleep, which is sleep is one other thing that we need to do because it refreshes us for the next day. So if you don't have enough, then you will suffer all those things. So there are things that at least if you manifest with, then you will be knowing that I'm going, down there. And also, the other thing that is very, very easy to hear from people saying is, I'm tired of life. I've had enough. I can't do this anymore. So those are, suicide ideations that are still part of this package. So burnout will lead to a lot of other things. Some people would even, thank you. Some people would even want to take their lives because of these things that start small but will escalate, to be like, I can't do this. I'm quitting my job. Sometimes you will wake up not wanting to go to your workplace because you're tired, you don't want to do anything, you're lethargic, you don't want anything closer to that place because it reminds you of a lot of other things. And because you have not slept, now you can't go to work the following day. So those are the issues that at least you need to look at so that you make sure that once you see things like that, you cannot be sick. Really and truly. There's nothing that says we must have headaches. Not unless those things that I was talking about, to say the whole body system, they crumble, they crash because you'll have, constricted, veins, you think you have asthma, you think you'll have, these heart palpitations pumping so heavy for you, and at the same time, you will develop other things like high blood pressure, diabetes, and other things. Those are not supposed to be there, except that stress is the cause of all those things that will take you down to burnout and, critically to other things as well. So we must just be careful of what we do. And the best things that now you need to do, which Dr. Molapo has mentioned about, is that take good care of yourself. Know what you are doing. You must sleep, you must eat well, you must exercise, you must be able to manage your stresses so that at least you make sure that whatever that is there happening, you can't pray about other things. You can't pray about everything, but you need to handle those things and face them, directly so that at least you make sure that at least you are resilient, you recoup and bring back that resilience in you because you have it. But because of things that happened in your environment, because of things that are happening in your family, in your relationships, in your marriage, in a lot of other things, now you feel like, I can't do this. I give up. It's not about that. It's about you taking up yourself and move forward.
Thank you. So some of the telltale signs up there. Don't wait until that one. But I like this one of resting, because resting time is not wasted time. If God rested, and when you're not junior God, when shama all night prayer, Islam all night prayer, man, she's all cool, baba man. Ma'am, last comment or question this side. Then be ready this side. We're coming. Go ahead.
No, thank you very much. My appreciation goes to the two doctors, Dr. Nomvume and Dr. Mariri. So mine are comments, not questions. But I think let me start with Dr. Molapo. There is a fundamental statement that you've been making yesterday and today. And this is about just somehow ensuring that your faith-based institutions become relevant. So it can't be that you go to church to be told about prayer, and I think Dr. Mvume was making that point as well, about prayer, about fasting, and all of those things. Our churches need to become avenues where these issues get dealt with.
That's good. That's good.
Because there's a very big captive audience that the churches have. I go back to the point that I made about communities and socialization. So we get socialized as men, as an example. Men are not supposed to cry.
Yep.
So as a man, you are supposed to be strong, whatever the situation. However hurt you are, you can't show emotion. That's what we tell our boys. And that's a very big problem, because we're telling them, don't show your emotions, don't express yourself. And this is how, these stresses accumulate and our particularly male kids, but also in leadership positions, you are supposed to be strong for everybody. And it becomes very difficult to have an avenue where you are able to express your emotions. So we need to come to a situation where societies teach all of us that it's okay not to be okay. So even as a leader, you need to have an avenue where you are able to, cry out for help whenever you need help. So I think that's important. I think the one other issue that needs to get dealt with, which is very stressful and I think becomes stress for all of us, is the issue of black tax, which we hardly ever talk about. So, because you are a CEO, TEPO, everybody who's got a challenge and a problem, whether, they don't have food, they don't have money for fares and what have you, TEPO must be the one, because he's CEO, he must be the one that deals with everybody. And I think those are issues that need to get dealt with. But I wanted to say, Dr. Molapo, that every time I've listened to Dr. Mariri, and I think I've listened to him 101 times, but every time I listen to him, it's like it's for the very first time. And every time I listen to him, there's something new that I get out of him. I think this is my plea, just to say, people like Dr. Mariri, and I think we need more of them, need to be unleashed a lot more, so that a lot more people get to benefit, out of their experiences. One of the things that he said is the fact that there are not many inpatient beds for your, service users, and I think that's a very fundamental problem. So what is it that we need to do, all of us, to ensure that if we don't get those inpatient, what are we supposed to do as communities to assist? Because, the issue of nyope is a very big challenge. It's a very, very, very big challenge. And I think all of us in this room, I'm sure, have some experience, about a family member, a son, a daughter, or something. So I think there's a lot more that needs to be done in that regard. But really just to appreciate all the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mama. And again, privately, we want to say thank you, because you don't talk about this thing, you make it happen. And in a particular department, I mentioned Abner in his absence, and of all the people, with all these powerful political person, you are the only one who supported us. The alcohol abuse, the drug abuse. Please let's give a wonderful round of applause. Siabo. Now you hear him all the time. Now imagine what I hear every day. Any question or comments this side, please, guys? Being sensitive to time, that's one. Going. Yeah. Okay, Mom, we'll come back. Okay? Will you be the last one? So 1 and 2 there, in the interest of time. Yeah, 1 and 2. Oh, is it up there? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. I like the 3 aqua fresh. Let's keep it like that. Guys, let's go straight to the point, please. Because remember, we've got a time limit for our online guys. So let's go ahead. Quick question or comment straight. Go ahead.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you. Just a comment and then 2 questions. So when I was a little bit younger, I suffered from burnout. And so it's real, it's there, and you can easily get trapped into it. But I think it was last year I had to step down from what I was doing again because I had seen that I was going to get into burnout. So that intentional, deliberate decision is something that maybe we need to do as leaders. The two questions that I have is, in fact, it's directed to Dr. Molapo maybe, and then also to Dr. Mariri. The first one is that a whole lot of guys don't talk about issues. And one friend of mine last night said, go and ask Dr. Molapo, how can we trust each other? Because we know that guys, when I come with my issues, they are parrots. They go and speak with whoever, and my story gets to be known by everybody. And I don't really trust them. How can we build trust as guys? The second one is that I just finished a book that I was writing, and it's called Addicted But Serving. Ministry struggles of people in leadership, in the church in particular. And there's addiction in the church among pastors and elders and people who are serving God. And Dr. Mariri, what are you doing with pastors, who are in addiction?
Let me answer that. By the way, Dr. Phil, who just spoke, Swangira, he's got a book called Rebuild, Step Towards a Better Africa. Are your books available outside, right? Yeah. So also get what he does there. In the area of trust, I think for me and Abner, because he's here, as I said, we've known each other for many years. Authenticity is key. We are vulnerable. Maybe like to obiangake sharp. Why are you sharp? Sometimes we'll do some stupid things, just switch everything, go to the movies, go eat, go talk, go cry. Very few of you guys have seen me cry. This man has seen me cry over and over again. What I did not know is as I was investing in him, as the Bible says, cast your bread upon the water because it will come back. But make sure it's not the South African bread. Like it's the South African bread in ali, itla chobela, go kenya ko metsing, brakif, in ali plastic, itla go class. The bread that talking about can a float, not knowing that one day when I went through my most difficult chapters in life, that the very same guy, because of trust, I could be able to be him so that we lift each other. Guys need to be authentic. That is why most of you, again, did not know this. Abner and I used to run a big men's ministry called Promise Keepers. Right. The first time we filled the stadium, people don't know this, the Loftus Stadium, with Kirk Franklin and all the guys, but now, Aus Millicent, we're no longer doing stadiums now. We're now doing smaller groups because trust cannot be earned with big groups. Smaller groups, accountable groups. Because I believe that as men, we need to come to a point, Chief, I'm going through a problem. I'm going through the last problem. I'm going through this lying program. And particularly as CEOs, we are there to impress people. Remember I taught you this morning, leadership is not about impressing. It's about what? Impacting. So it's about being authentic, but with people you trust. Some of them can be a coach, a mentor, a therapist. That is why even in our team we've got psychologists. Abner, the second part, what are you doing, particularly for faith-based organization leaders or pastors?
I owe a debt of gratitude to the HOD and just want to appreciate and recognize it for just the immense support that you've given us, both politically and obviously from a church point of view. Bishop Lukele, a man of God and a man after God's own heart and a servant of the Lord. And thank you for creating the climate conducive for us to be able to engage with issues relating to addiction and to help the church at large. 400 books she bought, and she bought 30 personal books from us, HOD. Thank you for being an incredible. What we do for pastors, phenomenal. We just did a training session for 300 leaders at Hope Restoration Church under Umfundisi Matebula. And we brought in 2 pastors who are actually in the process of coming clean from pornography. Okay, because pornography is a new drug. And with the advent of social media and platforms and smartphones, it's amazing what your kids are going through. And the statistics are frightening. And of course, juxtaposition that, window that's been opened, and gradually it escalates into obviously gender-based violence, because what you see through the gateway of eyes, it has to be acted out. Yes. And drugs is a respecter of no person. Alcoholism is a respecter of no persons. And those who profess to be in the faith and are strategically positioned, as she says today, that the church is a platform where a lot of people, can you imagine how many of us gather in churches on a Sunday morning, every Sunday across the nation? You'll be surprised. Also, with Muslims, you'll be surprised how many of them gather. And if we can use those platforms to bring a message, things that we don't talk about. And I thank the pastors who are positioned strategically, who open platforms. I'm in East London this weekend, and 5 churches have come together and say, we want you to come and speak about the issues of drugs and alcohol and prostitution, because we lay it bare. We pull no punches, because we disempower the stronghold that it has on us as an example and ambassador to say, you can be relieved from that. And as men, I think the HOD mentioned something. I never used to believe in shrinks or counseling, David. You know that. I never used to believe in going and dealing with my mental issues, but as a man, I believe strongly that every man should have a counselor. So you go to a counselor and share your pain. Men in this country are very angry. Men in this country are very bitter. And if we don't create a climate conducive and living in a very capitalistic society in Gauteng, where you compete with the Joneses and you put yourself under so much strain and pressure that you want to perform even though you cannot perform, and you overextend your credit to be able to impress somebody next door. So what we do for churches, we say we're creating there's a number of pastors. We just got 2 pastors that we referred to rehab, who basically are alcoholics, and they confess privately, afraid to confess publicly, because how we deal with people once their gossip. So they came Nicodemously and say, we are struggling, what can you do? And there's a lot of people within the church boundaries that are struggling actively with addiction, and the church is not responding to that call. But thank you today, because the trajectory is different. We are doing something completely different, where we are creating a climate conducive for us to engage.
And that is why CEOs, we are now going to corporates, because we need money. Because with your money, we're able then to go and even expand our work. So Baba, forget even that they're pastors, they're human beings. As I said, and the HOD said, these churches, guys, we need to utilize. We can't talk about technology. Buildings are already there. Unemployed young people are already there. So all the facets, I'm just saying that one, I hope he's answered that, we're already doing something about it. Mama, didn't forget, you'll be the last one. Now this side is going to be 1, yes, 2, and 3. And then Mama, you'll be the last one, okay? Okay, Baba, 5. Ne? Guys, time. Can you be just, Baba, short, sweet, ask the question, because I'm a man of time. Go for it, sir, please.
Yeah, mine is just going to be short. I think it's a good thing that we highlighting the issue that we're addressing, the pandemics, either be drugs, substance abuse. But I think there is just a burning factor inside of me about this pandemic called availability. Because all in well, we can, and you've mentioned, Dr. Mariri, that it took you 2 strikes before you got it right. So you went for rehab, you came back, the substance was still available, it sent you back again, you came back, it was still available. And even in places like we call correctional services, drugs are still available there. What are we doing to close the gap of this pandemic called availability? before we can even address the pandemic of the drug itself or any substance by itself.
Thank you. Let me answer that one quickly. In our own little way, ICANN for IR, as you know, that's how I found God, in prison. Your current minister, I said yesterday, Minister Mackenzie Gayton, was one of the ICANN facilitators in prison. So from our part, we're doing that. APNA is doing amazing things in prison. But some of those things, you don't do these things for publicity's sake, whatever. So if you're interested, we'll give you further information. And also there's a young man, stand up young man, this young man is a recovering alcohol. Just give me a wonderful round of applause. Dr. Abner said I must give you the book, and after the session, please get in touch with him. So he signs it, we connect with you. House Millicent, House Jolene, he works with the Alcoholics Anonymous. So the founder is meeting with us in August, also to strengthen our help. But there it is. So Baba, in our own little way, I hope how train with their corporate social investment. I says I'm a you know, maybe there's a little budget of which even in prison and born in La Machitala, because it's important. Okay, thank you. Then let's go quickly there. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I go by the name of Larato Mahlatsi. I'm from the TLF Foundation. My question is based on the mental health issues. It's because now, for the past few months, I've resorted to alcohol, hoping that it will at least get me going through life. And I even went as far as taking sleeping tablets, but still not helping, which is, it has started to become a problem. So I don't know how to survive from all this, but it's something that I'm trying to work on it. So it's quite painful when it comes to mental health. Has so many things. It has nothing to do with your feelings or what. It also goes in physical. So I want to know what are the steps that I can take moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Lerato. What I can say is, like caring, you know, for yourself is the most important thing that you should do. Like for instance, you need to journal. Like for instance, now we are telling a story, you know, and if that story, you can create, you know, something out of it, put it down, tell yourself, because self-talks are very critical, to say, this is what I want to do, you know, and if you know what you want to do, it means you are yourself person, you know, you can help yourself very well. Yes, going to professional help, maybe there might not be anyone closer to you where you are, but you can reach out to ICARE and check, you know, who's closer to you, because I don't know where she stays, so that at least there could be someone you can, you know, walk with you, hold you by your hand and walk with you. Because if you don't want it, you can make it disappear, but it's not overnight that it can go. And remember that you are binging or whatever that you are doing probably, you are creating another, you know, open window for another problem, which is finance, because now you are taking money, you know, and do something else. And so you are hurting yourself even more. So for you not to hurt that much, so you need to be mindful of things that are happening around you. Be aware of those things. Remember, even when Dr. Molapo was showing up something here about emotional intelligence, there are things that you need to do so that it is to make sure that you take good care of your own self. You know, take introspection and see what is it that I want and I don't want. Because you'll find yourself that which you are doing, it's going to cause much problems like relationship problems or marriage problems or kids challenges or other things that you are now opening it wider and wider. But if you can look at it and see what you can do about it and not be judgmental of yourself, love yourself.
That's right.
You know, don't be too much critical on you. Check on those things that are causal factors so that at least you can be able to deal with them.
And thank you so much, Dr. Mvuma. You are blessed in that Mebra Ace Mahashule started this foundation So already we are planning for next year. So right now, get in touch with us, Nomvula, but for next year's program, you've already with at TVET College. Let's see what we can do with Heineken. But also, whilst we are there, let's also do something about mental health issues, okay? Because again, I don't like just events for events. Let's deal with practical things. Raising from here, okay? Thanks so much. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you so much. My name is Tatoya Mudimo Dlalisa, the current student faculty council for the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment, all the way from TUT. It's a comment and a question. How do we as young people show adults that they're actually the problem? What do I mean by that? Not that I'm a 2000, they don't want to listen, but parents tend to project how they feel towards the young people. Parents have stress, yes, we acknowledge it's okay for a parent not to be okay, but it's not okay for a parent to project her or his feelings towards kids. Parents are unintentionally raising psychologically damaged adults without seeing because of how they behave towards me. Yes, the society that we live in might be contributing to us turning into addicts, us getting involved into gangsterism. But the problem is that parents are failing to acknowledge that they have past traumas. And for us to be able to solve this going forward, we have to start with parents. We have to see how are we going to assist parents to be able to accept and help us move forward so that we can diversify the whole program of good mental health programs. Thank you.
Let me quickly say that TUT is one of our clients, so that you should know. There is a book, I've written a lot of books that are available there. I want them to give you a free book. When I was at Silverton High School, it's on parenting. Please don't be hard on us, because we don't have track record. We don't have points of reference. You know, this way, so we think the other way, not knowing. Imagine calling your child matlakala, rubbish, you know. Or cakes, high tech, you know, cakes, you know. And then, are you sure you are the child I picked from the hospital? It's only now research is telling us the words of parents and the role modeling of parents. So we do have a book called For Parents, but we are releasing one in 2 months' time. Silverton High School already booked some of them on what is parenting. We don't have parenting schools. And now we don't know how to parent the Gen X, the Gen Z, we don't, because you guys are also changing, Lilona. So I'm not giving excuse for them, but just like the HOD and other people saying, and the GDE people are here, Gauteng Department of Education, the HOD, Ntate Rufus, we're busy engaging with social development to now do these books. Watch this. It will also include some of the excerpts from Dr. Abner's books and some of our excerpts. So please, Mama, we heard you, young lady. And I know you're a leader, but please, we are sorry, but let's do something about it, okay?
Sisi? Tato, I know that majority of children in South Africa, they come from dysfunctional homes. And you'll find that they will not have fathers, to be more specific. And now they will be yearning, you know, for this figure, you know, that is not there. And you'll find them that they were doing, you know, a lot of things that will be annoying parents. Remember, those parents are also hurting, because where is the father to my child? It's not there. And as I have a school, I have the same problem. Parents saying, I'm a single parent, so I don't know how to do it. I can't pay school fees. I don't have. You see that the voice itself is cracking. It's telling you something even before you can know about what is happening. The other thing that I can say to young people is that also you must go, especially TUT or any other institution of higher learning here, there are guidance centers or student counseling centers in each campus. Use them so that at least you don't die in your own, because most of them, they go to universities, brilliant. And when they get there, because of all these problems, that they sit there, they do whatever they want to do, they don't go to lectures, and they fail. And that now they are escalating their challenges, you know, because now you are wasting these parents' money because you are yearning for something that is not there. Where are you going to get your father? Or where are you going to get to? So those are things at least go to centers that are close by, you know, that you don't pay for them most of the time, even before ICANN can come and visit your centers. Thank you.
Thank you. We are wrapping up. Mama, you're the last one. That is Baba, and then afterwards, Mama, the last one. So please, Tate Khobe, be ready, Papa. We are ready. But we're going to lift it up with a poem from Abna. We lift up the, but we need to deal with these issues. Babu Zulu, you can have this one, Baba. Oh.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Mali Dula Padi. I'm from Citibank TVET College. On the issue of parents, my question is for Dr. Abna. I personally have a personal story where I have a cousin brother who was using drugs, addicted to drugs, and he later saw the damage he was doing to the family, and he dedicated himself to go to therapy, went there, became clean, however, came back. But now, parents and the family as a whole, we did not go through counseling because I believe that if we have a drug addict in the house, we are also facing a trauma. So my cousin came back to the same treatment as he was a drug addict before. We treated him like a drug addict he was, though he was clean, to a point that he relapsed. And unfortunately, this morning I heard that he died because of drugs. So I wanted to know, how do we tackle issues of having families to go through counseling and show support to our recovering addicts? It is a very huge problem, and it happens a lot in our urban and rural areas because people are not informed. You know, he would come back in the house, we'll still hide our cell phones. We still speak behind his back, and when he asks for money, maybe to buy something, we'll be like, you know, so we're very cautious around him to a point of relapse. So I wanted to know, how do we help families to actually treat recovering addicts like they have recovered? Thank you.
Well, my condolences to your family. What a tragic end to a life, I'm sure, full of purpose. I think when we are addicted to drugs, we give our loved ones a very bad experience. You know, so even when we get therapy and we get well, they still linger on the issues that we put them through. And the doubt is still accentuated that, have we really recovered? You know, because most likely we've told a story that I'm fine, I'm no longer using drugs, and just the sets of experience have been terrible. That's why on project, when we deal with families, we say, if your loved one has gone to therapy, the family must also go to therapy. Okay? Because they are affected. Even though they didn't smoke, they didn't do the lines, they are affected. And mentally, this person has become a monster, something that they never thought that they can be. So what they have to do themselves, we call it a supporters group, you know. So for example, when I came back from rehab, my family, I plugged into a support group. And that support group insisted that my family come through so that they can understand the dynamics of what a rehabilitation is all about, so that they can know. Because sometimes they themselves are the ones who are aiding and abetting the behavior so that it continues. So you find the family divided. So in the supporters group, I had a good friend, when I came back, a good friend who was running a business, a CEO of a company, called me, said, Abna, where are you? You know, I just saw 9 missed calls from my son, and he says he's at Brixton police station, and he's been arrested for math. What is math? Because I know math as mathematics. He didn't know that math was actually crystal meth. You know, so I said, look, let me intervene. I went to Brixton, and obviously they, you know, through the process, brought him out. He didn't know that his son was addicted to drugs for the last 5 years or so, you know, and he was Nicodemously doing it. So we had to take them through the process, and I said, you have to plug into the process yourself to be able to understand what your son is dealing with, so that when the son comes back from rehab, they can be able to have tools to be able to support him and to look out for behaviors that might be sinister that might say, look, this man looks like he's going off the rail again. What do we do? If they don't have those tools, trust me, it will be a vicious cycle. And that's why in our workbook, Choose Life, we've got a workbook for those who are struggling with addiction and alcohol, but we also are developing a workbook for parents and for supporters and for guardians to be able to mitigate against situations like that. But my condolences to your loved one.
Thank you, Babu Zulu, and then Ma'am Mayor, the last one.
Thank you very much, Doc. I wish we had enough time because these are real issues that we are discussing today. They are more than artificial intelligence because artificial intelligence is artificial anyway. I really thank God for being part of this forum, Doc, for meeting these two wonderful people. Maybe to Doc Mariri, I think this is a calling to you, Doc. If you didn't go through what you went through, you are not going to save a lot of people that you are busy helping today. I'm one of the people, Dr. Molapo, affected by drugs in my house. My son is 26 years of age. He's been to drugs since grade 10. You become excited, you're saying, no, he's recovering. 1 year later, he has relapsed. So my question is, how did you beat that? That's one question. Number two, Doc, you know we are dealing with young people in schools across Gauteng. With your team, you are motivating more than 19,000 matriculants. I mean, the age group, you know, it's between 17 and 18 years. And those are the people who are mainly affected by drug abuse. Maybe we must think of some kind of a program. We know the areas that are affected in the province, your Eldos, your Klipspruit West, Soweto, Tembisa. Maybe we may begin to, when we do all those inspirational talks, fuse in this critical issue to try and help these young people. You have young people who are in matric, who are busy selling drugs to other learners. How do we deal with all these issues? So I really want us to really take this further. In these particular dialogues, we keep on having these particular conversations because they are critical. Thank you.
Thanks so much. The last question before you respond, Abna.
Thank you. My name is Adelaide Mugano. I'm from Warskol Silverton. I think they've asked my question. I wanted to ask Doctor, we know in our community that there's a problem of drugs, but then we get a few out of 5, same community. One will say, I went once to rehab and recovered, but 4, they take it as a vacation. So I wanted to know exactly what makes them to relapse. Is it the same household or is it already they know that? Because we hear stories, I went once, I went twice, as you've said, for the 3rd time. Most of them that when we say Dr. Mariri recovered, but he went for 2nd time or 3rd time. So is it this route that they will go more than once? What exactly makes them to relapse?
We need to have those two. Chief? Jabs and Kalalelo, yeah. Baba, thank you so very much. Again, GDE, not only GDE, as you know, we're in 6,000 schools in this country, but thanks so much for that. The good news, some of your bosses are here. So, and with Bra Tsepo, quietly we'll see what we can do to include this particular thing. But Abna will address your issue and Mama's issue, and then by 1 o'clock sharp, that Tsepo needs to be on that podium. People are waiting to hear from him as a closing speaker. Baba, share some thoughts.
On the issue of relapse, you effectively need a relapse prevention plan. I relapsed twice. I relapsed inside of a rehab at Crescent Clinic, came out. When they were celebrating my exit, I was high as a kite and couldn't wait to go and score for some more drugs, okay? And obviously it progressively gets worse because addiction is a behavioral disorder problem. You lapse in behavior before you touch anything. So a relapse, and then I went to my second rehab. I relapsed 2 days later. It was until partly answering that question, I went to South Coast, because now I'd hit rock bottom, and I really, in my heart of hearts, needed to basically recover. I wanted recovery really bad. There was a time where, I remember I was using drugs, and I decided, you know what, I'm done with drugs, and I live in the East Rand, and I got on the N12, drove all the way past Middelburg, had my crack cocaine and my packages and my crack pipe. I threw it out and side of the road, and I came back driving excitedly, praising God, feeling the chains have come off, and got home, and man, I was praising, I was praying, and I felt relieved until everybody went to sleep. And at about 12 o'clock, that craving hit like a ton of bricks. I went to all my dealers. Unfortunately, David couldn't find any single one of them. 1:25, a thought struck me that, by the way, I've got drugs an hour and a half away that I threw away, and got on the freeway, went all the way past Middelburg, bright lights on, looked for my drugs, found them, smoked, and say, praise God, and found my stash and came back. But you have to want it really, really bad. You've got Hugh Masekela told a story in his book that his sister Barbara Masekela called all his friends and told them, when this guy picks up a call and call you, don't answer his calls. So the family basically isolated him to a point where he had no other place to run to except to rehab. And that's what drove him to rehab. But you have to want it bad enough. And once you got it, you go to, somebody in rehab told me, they blew my mind. They say, relapsing is part of recovery. That when you relapse, you just quickly, it's like when you're fasting, you're fasting today and you forget that you're fasting and you nibble on a cookie. Just go back to God and say, sorry, God, and carry on. You just don't give up and say, well, I've eaten, I might as well pig out. You go back. And relapse is the same, recovery is the same thing. Is that you gotta want it bad enough, but in the process of wanting bad enough, there will be some slip-ups. Don't be too hard on yourself, and don't compete with somebody else. Remember, you're in your own lane, running your own race, looking at your own future, and you'll have just to pick yourself up and say, well, I've fallen, I'm picking myself up, getting back in the race. Yes, it's not going to be easy, but you gotta want bad enough. So relapse prevention plan, in terms of how do you plan not to relapse, is very key. We don't have the time to unpack that, but I have a relapse prevention plan with a sponsor. 13 years later, I still have them, because it's a behavioral disorder problem, and I need my sponsor to speak over my life to make sure that I'm on the straight and narrow.
Let's give it up for Dr. Mvume. She's available after lunch. And Dr. Abner, before I introduce Bratsepo, I want you to do that poem here. Let's give it up again for Dr. Mvume and Dr. Abner. This is the family here. Oh, yeah.
This is really a poem at the end of my book, because I always say that mercy rewrote my life, and it's a poem that keeps me on the straight and narrow, and it's called My Name is Cocaine. And on that cocaine you can add anything. You can add weed. It's a gateway. Weed is a serious gateway, and a lot of young people are experimenting, but that's a story for another day. It's called My Name is Cocaine. My name is Cocaine, call me Coke for short. I entered this country without a passport. Ever since then, I made lots of scum rich. Some have been murdered and found in a ditch. I'm more valued than diamonds, more treasured than gold. Use me just one time and you too will be sold. I'll make a schoolboy forget his books. I'll make a beauty queen forget her looks. I'll take a renowned speaker and make him a bore. I'll take your mother and make her a whore. Once I take charge, you won't have a prayer. Now that you know me, what will you do? It's all up to you. The day you agree to sit in my settle, the decision is one that no one can straddle. Listen to me, and please listen to me well. When you ride with cocaine, you're headed for hell. I just paraphrased it. But yeah,
what I can leave you with is that God has not given us a spirit of timidity. He has given us a spirit of power and of a sound mind. use that sound mind, because it is above all other things that you can think of. Cocaine, whatever else, mental health, and anything that you can think of, it has nothing to do with your power in the brain. Use it and you live. Thank you.
Well, Zimbabwe, let's give him a wonderful round of applause. Dr. Abner will come in and just wrap it up, because I'm going to be on a... Just put it up there. Yeah. The up. After Brad Sepo, you wrap it up, and then Tate... Thank you. Good to see you, my brother, as usual. Love and appreciate you. Yes. Speaking. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great joy to have the son of the soil, who is running a major organization called Gautrain Management Agency. Let's just zoom up there, Neville. I want to see, how many of you have been on Gautrain? Be honest. No, not Metro, I'm talking about Gautrain again. These are your customers, these are your people. And of course, we have been hearing some wonderful future. From Microsoft, she left. She's from Limpopo. I'll go from here to Limpopo, you know. She's sick and tired of all these buses and everything. I'm not going to read her bio, his bio. He is Googleable. He's what? Tsepo Khobe, K-G-O-B-E. But Tsepo, we love and appreciate you, sir. Thanks for partnering with us. And to your team, Neville. It's good for your KPIs, bro. Let me show you some of those things, you know. What's the lady's name? Tsepo and Lindy, thanks so much for being here yesterday and today. But it is with great joy to have our closing speaker with a powerful address. Ladies and gentlemen, put our hands together for the CEO of Gautrain Management Agency.
When you know that success is yours to have. When love and affection calls you to reconnect. When you're eager to start. When you know that success is yours to have. When love and affection calls you to reconnect. When you're eager to start a new day with the courage to make yourself.
Is Barack Obama. I'm actually slightly taller than Nelson Mandela. Thank you. It was quite strange when Dr. Molapo asked me to speak. I actually thought, what could I really say to a man who 24 years ago, I picked up a line from him as he was addressing a group of us as young professionals when I still worked for Transnet. And he said, as a leader, you lead from in front of the people, you lead from amongst the people, and you also lead from behind the people. And that has stayed with me for life. And I told him the story the other day. But I thought, look, this is about a lot of things. It's about 4IR, it's about leadership, it's about... let me rather try and equip us as leaders and equip South Africa in how do we engage this fourth industrial revolution? How do we engage generative AI? And I'm going to borrow liberally initially. So I'm going to speak about three things. Priorities for leaders and CEOs in year 24, in 2024. I'm going to speak about how we should show up as leaders, because that is important. Beyond the fanciness and the technology and all of that, there are bits and pieces that are missing. So as I listen to this, what do they call it, the conversation now, one of the things that struck me was that we've spoken so long about inclusivity, and inclusivity is a funny thing. It's because when you include somebody, is that you remain with the group that was there, but you bring the person in. But I want us to speak about how do we create belonging. It's different from inclusivity. And as we speak about leadership, I want to talk about that. But I want to talk to you about something that is important for us, a concept called serve like a mountain stream. You mustn't serve because somebody's looking, you are looking for benefit. You must serve like a mountain stream. And ultimately, I'll close with a quote from a young man, Kagiso Tsepe, who talks about the fact that we're manufacturing kings. In everything that we do here, that's exactly what we're doing. Let me start. Now, we're now talking about generative AI going from proof of concept to scaling up. 3 things that we need to decide as a country. Are we takers, are we shapers, or are we makers? So let me explain the 3 concepts. A taker, so somebody who uses ChatGPT, you're a taker. ChatGPT has already been made, and you use it, and you use what is there. A shaper is somebody who takes AI that is already pre-developed and then modifies it to be able to serve them in their business. Makers are people who start what do they call it, a generative AI program from scratch. In certain cases as a country and the ability as what do they call it, of the kind of skills we have in the country, we will remain takers for a while. But we gotta move the country towards where we become shapers and then ultimately become a maker. And that requires us to start building different, what do they call it? Different 2 things that must happen as leaders. One is you have to assess your posture in your organization in and around AI. What is your thought? And one of the biggest things that what do they call it, that hit a lot of leaders, it's what's called the creative dilemma. Let's explain the creative dilemma. Now, when somebody, you say to them, go and write me a summary of something, and then they sit down and they push everything else into Copilot, and they produce a summary. Is that summary theirs? Is it their original work? Or is it something that, what do they call it? That now, at TVET colleges, at universities, and also other things, lecturers are lamenting the use of AI in writing assignments. Now, do you regard it as their ingenuity to be able to use these assets to be able to create what is new? Or do you now chastise them for using them? Now, it also talks to you to in and around the posture that we are adopting. If you don't regard it as their ability to be able to create, because they would have sourced the different documents to be able to create a new summary and all of that, but you remain at a point where you say, no, but that's not your own work. It has been created by a computer. Now, that in itself sets us back as a, what do they call it, as a nation. But it is something that we have to walk ourselves through. Is this person writing original work? Or is it something that can be allowed? Second issue that we then need to be able to rethink is the type of skills you need in your company to be able to... Look, let me tell you something simple. Employees, students, people that work in departments, they are using AI today. So get over yourself on, no, I don't want AI in my company and also, they're already using it. So what you then need to do is then be able to say, how do I then give them the skills? One, to use it correctly. Secondly, for me not to lose IP. Because one of the things that you don't realize when you are a taker, and that's why I started there, is that all the information you put into Copilot, you put into ChatGPT and all of that, it becomes the ownership of the owner of the AI. And at times you end up with IP leakages. But by you not educating your employees, you actually do not have control on IP leakages. Because you're now putting information into the internet that actually you have no control over. So therefore, we go back to the issue. Pick up your posture and be able to understand where you stand, not only as a leader, but also as, what do they call it, as a company in and around. What that does, then it then asks, how can we reimagine our business tools with AI? How can we take certain things that are regularly, are repetitive, and then put them into AI, and then allow your people to think. South African businesses have stopped a lot of their employees and they've stopped them from thinking. We want them to do repetitive work, whereas the role that they must play is the ability to think. What it does is it also asks a simple question. What becomes the role of your ICT unit? In what way is it supposed to change so that it can actually be able to do what must be done? And the reasons for that, it's a lot of parts of your business. For instance, in the future, call centers will become as small as you could ever get them to be. We already have bots and generative AI that can answer 80% of the questions that are dealt with in call centers. The kind of questions that will only go into a call center agent who will be sitting at home in their pajamas are going to be the ones that cannot be answered by the machine. Because it's a form. Okay, I've lost my ticket as a Gautrain user. What do I do? The answer is there. Okay, what form do I need to fill for me to be able to get the money recovered from there? The form pops up on the screen. And then if in case any of these questions cannot be answered by AI, then only do you transfer the person to an actual person who will then deal with them. And at times, it is actually something that a machine cannot do. It is general emotional trauma that has occurred with a person at that point in time, and they just need somebody to speak to. And therefore, that is the level at which human existence and capability will be elevated to. There was one of the videos that came up earlier on that dealt with this issue, is that we will be elevated to a better platform. AI is not going to take your job, but it's going to get you into it. Now, the issue is, secondly, how do you retrain your entire company to be able to get to the next level? Because people need to be reskilled. It's not about getting rid of people, it's about how do you reskill them to get into your data and enterprise architecture has to support your AI. You cannot just talk about AI and talk about it in its simplicity. The whole company will have to be able to invest in skill, and then it has to be centralized in the CEO's office. Now, what this does is it changes the role of CEOs. Because when you had a CIO who sits over there and tells you about AI, this becomes a central point of what you do, which means you will have to understand it as a leader. Now, are we ready? Are we ready to actually be able to read, to be able to access the capability? Because what it does is it points to the next point. How do you get your company to outcompete with technology? How do you create a business-led digital roadmap for not only your business, but also for the talent you have in your organization? And this is not a digital-led business roadmap. It's a business-led digital roadmap. The business's aspirations are going to direct your digital roadmap. Not the other way around as we had done it in the last few years. Here, we're talking about the point at which the stuff that we do, we no more require data to be able to prove what do they call it, a strategy. But data is the departure point of my strategy. Your operating model is being questioned. Whether you like it or not, AI is questioning your operating model. The technology and data that you use in your business, how you scale your business up, and how do you get to a point where we start talking about what's called distributive innovation. Anybody today who talks about an innovation center drives me nuts. We talk about distributive innovation. Innovation must occur in the areas of the business where the work occurs. It is no more that you're going to have a group of people sitting in one place, and those people will then be able to say, yeah, we are in charge of innovation. That thing has never existed, and it will never exist. There isn't anybody who's more innovative than the other one. The person who does the work on a day-to-day basis, he knows how best to innovate to do it better. Now, if you do it right and you have a business-led digital strategy, then what happens is you end up with what's called distributive innovation. And distributive innovation, it occurs at the points where, what do they call it, where the business does the right thing. Importantly so, businesses must stop doing digital and start being digital. It's about you creating an essence and a culture in the business that then allows you to be able to do what you need to do. It's about it being, you are remapping your entire business as a whole. Now, the third thing that becomes big, and then as we continue with all of this, it becomes the issue of net zero and where we're going with it. Money is now green. Money follows everything that's green. When you borrow money and you what do they call it, you go to the banks, they will ask you, how is this contributing to reducing the carbon footprint in the world as a whole? Any of the projects that you do, if you cannot see a straight line to the reduction in our carbon footprint, we call it the biggest capital reallocation. Capital will go to projects that are green and that are contributing to what is green. You have to get to a point in everything that you do as a business, as we continue and going in the direction of digitization, is that you create customer participation. So those of you who, what do they call it, who insure themselves with Discovery, have a Discovery medical aid, they have Discovery Insure. I see now when I open the platform, they're now advertising Discovery Home Loans. What is the best thing that Discovery has done? Discovery got you to give them your information, and then they use it against you to encourage you. So they say, today, you didn't walk enough. Today, you didn't go to the gym. But if you go to the gym, I offer you that next week you'll be able to play one of those squares and you might get 75 rands or 500 rands or something of that sort, 5 points. Whose information is it? It is yours. And you're willingly giving it to them. And they then have brought you on board, and that's shared value. Because as they make money, it's a simple thing. I have a partnership with Discovery. Discovery has said a very simple thing. They said, well, if you don't drive your car from Pretoria to Sandton every day, we're going to pay half of your Gauteng ticket. What have they done? Somebody would look at them and go, you're crazy. Why are you paying half of a Gauteng ticket? It's a very simple thing. If you drive your car only from Waterkloof to Hatfield Station or to Pretoria Station, it reduces the likeliness of you ending up in an accident. Because the number of cars that you come across are much fewer. So in actual fact, by them reducing the likeliness of you ending up in an accident, they're reducing your likeliness of you claiming from them. You've already paid for that money they give back to you. All they're doing is, it's already the information. Now, that's customer participation. It's going to become a big thing, or it's already a big thing in the manner in which you use AI, you use digitization, and you use data to be able to get your customers to participate in what you do. Now, some of the things we were talking about earlier on, Jolene, about how we can then bring on people to be able to think about their consumption. It's going to be some of those things that we think about as we move forward. We have to think about profitability through growth. And what do we do as we do that? One of the things that have not happened so much in, what do they call it, in going green, is that we've not been able to scale up green businesses. And HOD was talking about it earlier on when she was talking about the fact that we've not been able to create that circular economy that is proper, and we've not been able to scale it up. The circular economy is there, but we've not been able to scale it up to the level where it becomes what it needs. So we need to think about that level of profitability in these businesses in such a way that we think different about that. for us as transport will be the biggest impact that we will have in terms of decarbonizing the world as a whole. Now, as I continue, and we talk about in businesses, what becomes the roadmap to growth? The question that most leaders need to ask, and it's not only about businesses that are profitable and all of that, it's in everything that we do. What is your next left turn? What becomes, we like a lot of right turns, so now we're asking you to turn the other way. You've tried this right turn business. It hasn't worked for a very long time. First and foremost, what is the competitive advantage that you bring? Most businesses don't ask themselves that. Make trends your friends. In the same phrase, I will tell you, there are no trends, get over yourself. Everything changes every day.
That's right.
You can only grow from the inner bit of your business. Growth will come from your core. And your core are your assets. It's what you have, what you own, and what your people know. A lot of businesses try and grow from outside their knowledge and their capability. And therefore, you have to be able to be careful. They say grow where you know. Grow from the essence of what you already know. And a lot of businesses tend to think that their growth is going to come from outside. Also, similarly, be a local hero. I mean, the work that Heineken is doing now, that's exactly that, is you are becoming a local hero. You're working at a level where you are working as a global business, but you are attaching yourself to local issues that actually affect the people in order they call it in your proximity as a whole. One of the things that is going to happen over a period of time as we rebuild the economy of not only Gauteng, but the economy of South Africa as a whole, it's the fact that we're going to have to be comfortable with the fact that we're going to have to shrink first so that we can grow. And that means we're going to have to get rid of certain businesses that do not benefit us. We're going to have to get rid of certain parts of the economy that do not benefit us, make them smaller so that we can create the new businesses. And that means, a lot of our service centers that we used to have, we've become a very service-oriented economy. And that service-oriented economy is stopping us from being able to access the bigger things that, what do they call it, that we need to be able to do. And therefore, the concept of be okay to shrink so that you can grow is an important one as we continue on with the conversation. A question we need to ask ourselves, not only as companies, as leaders, as government departments, and everything else that is there, is what's your superpower? What are you known for? Today we speak about my good friend Abna, and he's now known as the guy who is fighting to try and recover youngsters from, what do they call it, from their addiction. It's clear. Simple and straightforward. But most people, if I ask them, your business, what does it stand for? It stands for this, it stands for that. And I always jokingly say, we're black people. Everybody's got a corner shop, One day you're doing catering, the other day you're building roads, the other day you're doing this and that. But growth is going to come from you being able to declare what is your superpower. If you ask me what do we stand for as a business, I'll tell you very simply. It's transforming spaces, people, and the economy through mobility. No more, no less. Transforming spaces, people, and the economy through mobility. You go to Sandton and you look at all those silver buildings that are over there. You go to Rosebank. Rosebank was a dead town. Before I built a station there was nothing there. It was just drug dens and lots of other things that were there. Today, everything in order they call it in Rosebank gets sold on the proximity of what do they call it, of how far it is from a Gauteng station. Now that's us transforming spaces. We have changed the lives of the people of Gauteng in such a way that every day when they wake up, there are people who will tell you, I'm not getting involved with the freeway. Because what? They used to spend 2 hours of their life on the freeway. The 2 hours today can be spent with their own kids. The 2 hours today can be spent reading. The 2 hours today can be spent growing a nation. It's 2 hours one way and 2 hours the back way. So we are transforming people. The largest impact, it was done by South African SAPOA, South African Property Owners Association, in 2019. 59% of all commercial buildings that were built in the whole of South Africa, they were actually built in and around Gautrain Station. That's not my statistic. It comes from SAPOA. Now, that's a game changer, because all of those buildings that are there employ so many people, employ a whole lot of people, and people can then commit to them in its easiest way. But we go back to the issue. Can you answer the simple question? What is your superpower? Babumfundis, isonto lakho, what is it known for? Or are you a man of miracles? Maybe you're a man of miracles. Let me leave it there. I am going to drift out of what they call it, out of business leadership, and drift into something that is important to me. And I speak a lot about it when I go, and what do they call it? Alan once wrote, however much one enjoys the song of birds, they're not singing for the advancement of music. And the clouds are not floating across the sky to be painted by artists. In the Zen poem, while geese do not intend to cast their reflection, the water has no mind to retain their image. When a mountain stream flows out of a spring beside the road, and a thirsty traveler comes along and drinks deeply, the traveler is welcome. But the mountain stream is not waiting with the intention to refresh a thirsty traveler. It is just bubbling forth, and the travelers are always welcome to help themselves to it. And hence we say to you, as you lead this nation, can you serve like a mountain stream? Don't serve because you're going to get likes. You'll be rated on how many times you appear on TV. I met a man on Auto that I haven't seen in a long time since I became a CEO. He greeted me and saying, here's the man who's on TV more than the president. That's not the point. I am there to speak about the issues. Mine is to serve like a mountain stream. Can you find a point at which you as an individual can actually be able to bring forth the gifts that you came with? Each one of us are a letter to the world. What is your story? If I may ask you, what is your story? What have you come to do here? What does the letter that you came with say to the world? But I'll leave it there. I can see I'm touching a nerve. As we continue on, as a leader, first and foremost, and Doctor, you spoke about it earlier, but I want to bring it deeper. Know thyself and understand empathy. But empathy for self. Let's start there. Dr. Molapo said you cannot pour from an empty cup. Know thyself. Know who you are. Know the things that, when I do a lot of my engagements with my people and also with the youngsters, I always ask them a simple thing. What is the thing that you will not do for you to end up in a particular job or to end up acquiring something? What is the things that you are willing to give up? And what are the things you're willing to put in? Things you won't do. This is a limit. Things you are willing to do, and things you're willing to give up. Things that will not serve you where you're going, And that becomes important as we have the conversation as a whole. Lead with the heart, but manage through process. Most of us lead through process and try and manage with the heart. It doesn't work. Process doesn't work with the heart. Process is mechanical. As they said, you must apply for leave before you go and have it signed off before you go. It doesn't work. But when you lead with the heart, it is you acknowledging that people are people and sometimes things do go wrong, and then you follow the process to manage the issues as it should be. Lead through purpose and impact. We go back to the issue, but now we bring it to the individual rather than to the company. What is your story? And as an individual and as a leader, what is your purpose and what are you willing to, what do they call it? What are you giving to the world? If you ask me when I used to be a young man what I stood for, I would always tell you money, power, influence. All three. Money, power, influence. If you ask me today, money is relative and it's now in the background. I'll always tell you it's about power, influence, and legacy. As simple as that. I need to have the power so that I can create the influence that long-term wise will create my legacy. One liner. Now, you as an individual, when you start talking about your purpose and impact, you have to be able to decipher, what do you stand for? As an individual, when you're sitting here right now, and I can see the eyes flickering, that you're trawling through everything, and you're ending up with error 404, file not found. Take it as an exercise. Go and sit and acknowledge, what do you stand for as an individual? And when things go wrong, it is that one line. Power, influence, and legacy. When I am unhappy about doing some things, when I've done jobs that I don't enjoy, I always ask myself, do these still earn the power, create the influence that will long-term create my legacy? But let me move on, because I can see again I'm touching a nerve. Build relationships and collaboration. The conversation as it was going on right now between Abna and Dr. D, and they kept on talking about how, through each other's lives, they've been able to collaborate, and what do they call it? And their relationship has been built on being able to have that. No man is an island. You cannot do it by yourself. And you're going to have to be able to build and know whether you have a friend or not. A lot of you have acquaintances. And you have to acknowledge that you have a lot of acquaintances. One thing about me, I know a lot of people, but very few of them will tell you, I'm friends with that guy. I'm friends with that guy, because they know the limit between me and them. Understand diversity, inclusion, and belonging. And I want to enter this word into, what do they call it, into your leadership lexicon. Belonging. We've dealt with diversity, we've dealt with inclusion. And my problem with inclusion is that you're saying, well, this is a circle we've created, come and join us. But that does not build belonging. What it does is it says to that person, well, these are the rules that are here, and therefore, wherever you come from, come and join us, and you must adhere and what do they call it, and work with the rules that are in front of us. And therefore, this becomes one of the big issues that we as South Africans, and I'll speak about something that is important, and we sort of scattered it earlier on as we were talking about drugs, and we're talking about alcohol consumption and all sorts of other things. One of the things that have appeared throughout the time of COVID, it's this funny tendency, when you used to have an issue to drink on a Monday, drink on a Tuesday, drink on all of that. Remember during 2020, you were not worried to be able to go to the office and the boss is going to smell the alcohol and all of that. And so you had a drink every day. But we have not acknowledged the trauma that COVID came with. And some people have continued with that behavior. And we have not addressed it. And therefore, these are some of the things that we're going to have to manage as we go forward. And as we create belonging, belonging starts with understanding. Inclusivity asks the person to understand you. Belonging asks, how do I understand you? So you need to understand the next person for you to be able to create belonging. You cannot get somebody to belong if you do not know their story and you do not know where they come from. Know the industry you function in, but also an industry you want to go into, and then acquire the skills to be able to function in that. There is an issue that we've brought up time and time and again. It's called contextual intelligence. It sounds like double talk or MBA talk, but a lot of technology, when it gets applied within the wrong context. So let me give you an example of one of the projects that I've worked with. Everybody has lamented why we have not put down the single ticket, the single digital ticket for the whole of Gauteng. As we did our research throughout all of that, what we found was that 70% of the people that travel in this country, they travel on taxis. And if you took away the cash from a taxi, the second level of it is during the day, because the money would go into the ticket and it would go to the operators or the owner of the taxi itself. How is the driver going to pour petrol during the day? Okay? Now, that's the first bit of a problem that you're dealing with, because just operationally during the day, this doesn't work. Secondly, if you took money away or cash away from the taxi industry as a whole, there's umama who sells amakwenya, sells vegetables, sells all sorts of other things. Nobody's going to be carrying cash. Have you created the digital systems that allow the people that don't carry cash to now buy from her? But she makes money so that she can buy food for the day. Now, you can see, if you do not understand the context within which you are placing technology, you can actually wipe out a lot of livelihoods by just simply applying something that you, and I have nothing against people getting technologies from other countries and applying them. But the contextual intelligence of how you apply AI and digitization in our country is going to be important to us. Africa is a very special place. South Africa is not for sissies. But you have to be able to understand the contextual intelligence of what you are putting into what you're doing. Ultimately, as I close, to the young people, I can teach for skill, I can teach for anything, but I cannot teach for attitude. I was sitting in one conference and somebody said, attitude is very loud. It's very loud. Your attitude will determine your altitude ultimately. But it's very loud. You can say anything you want to say, but if your attitude says a completely different thing, that's what we hear. Because it's very loud. You have to be aware of your attitude towards anything that you do. Ultimately, as I close, I want to read you a passage that was written by one of our local writers. And as he wrote, he said something interesting. He said, I saw God the other day. He was a builder I saw him plastering a wall in a coffee shop in Nino's Rosebank, Johannesburg. At about 8:30 at night, I stopped for a good 5 minutes and watched him plaster. For that length of time, nothing mattered in the world. Not the conflict in Congo, not HIV, AIDS or COVID. Put it this way, if a truck came shuttling down on me that very moment, I would hardly have looked up. Even if the driver were to hoot, God was busy, you see. And as I watch him, it occurred to me, there and then, that this white man's image reminded me of my late black father. That there's no better way to make color acceptable than to do what you do extremely well. There is no quicker way to shut down prejudice than to be an expert at what you do. There is no quicker way to bring out God in you than to do what you do with intense honesty, love, focus, passion, concentration, and the total spiritual commitment. You see, Mendingo, God exists in all of us. Bring him out to play. Thank you.
When you know that success is yours to have. When love and affection calls you to reconnect. When you're eager to start a new day with the courage to make yourself a priority. When it's time to explore and broaden your horizons. If you live, work, or play in Gauteng, the Gautrain commends your ambition, determination, and that passion for life and the environment. Gautrain, for people on the move.
I'm not going to say much, safe to just do one or two closing remarks. But Principal, thank you. Thought-provoking presentation. Can we put our hands together for the CEO of Gauteng? You know, in my formative years at varsity, I did comparative politics as one of the subjects and did economics. And I was at UCLA funded by the United Nations. I think at the time I was literally in my early 20s, 2021. And in comparative politics, I saw my professor, Noam Chomsky, who was at UCLA, tenured professor, passed on a couple of months ago. And we had this urge, you know, to travel, you know, and went to Latin American countries, the likes of Nicaragua, because we were taught by the likes of Paul Freire, and who wrote the Pedagogy of the Oppressed, and a whole host of other people that we hosted, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And I think that was birthed within me when we came to the likes of Karl Marx, was controlling the means of production. I was wet behind my ears, went to UCLA, looking at South Africa from the outside. I said, I want to go back home. And when I got home, after Madiba's release, 14 years later, you know, I said, you know, I don't want an 8 to 5. I think I'm an entrepreneur. And true to form, by the grace of God, when the writing was clearly on the wall, that it's no longer affirmative action, but it's BEE, before broad-based black economic empowerment. I met a guy, Chris Fesser, who I helped with his union issues, and he was the CEO at the time of Grenica LTA. And for some reason, he gravitated towards me, and we built a very strong relationship. And through him, he took me by hand and said, I'm going to raise money for you to buy a manufacturing establishment into concrete sleepers, you know. And I bought in a couple of millions, bought 50% with two of my partners, and I knew nothing about concrete sleepers except what Karl Marx said, that we need to control the means of production. And therefore my proclivity and disposition was towards owning manufacturing establishments. and went through Mafika Mkwanazi. I think he was the chairman at Transnet at the time, and that's how I got an opportunity to own 50% of a business that manufactured concrete sleepers. So when Gautrain moves from the airport to Rosebank, 50% of the concrete sleepers on which the rail is sitting on, I manufactured. You know, so and that exposed us to quite a lot of things, you know, businesses and industries where black people don't participate, like ballast and a whole host of things. And we came to know the politics, and I have tremendous respect for Siyabonga Gama, you know, that man who's vilified today because it was Siyabonga who basically ushered us into the space of manufacturing. Today, we own and operate a business that manufactures industrial insulation material. So we melt rock and turn it into wool. We take dolomite, you know, coke, slag, we burn it through a cupler. What comes out is fibers, and we burn them through an oven, and what comes out is insulation material, and it can withstand temperatures of up to 1,600 degrees. So when they build boilers at Eskom and Sasol power stations, they will use our material to keep the electricity from escaping. When you sit at Ster-Kineko, for example, you listen to those acoustics as you're watching a movie. That stuff that lies on the wall covered in velvet is actually our product that we manufacture. Okay. So thank you, Tsepo, you know, for a very thought-provoking presentation. And Molapo asked me to close, and there's just 3 things I want to say, and then we pray, and then we go eat. Next door, there is a Siyabona exhibition. You know, as we go back to our respective place of work, place of employment, place of business, you know, let's make it happen. You know, during COVID, people were crying out loud, and I met a gentleman who at the time was the chief executive of IBM. We collaborated and formed, he said, we're gonna form a business, a supersonic business. And for 11 months, we sat at Mug and Bean, conceptualizing and putting together a business. And today, you know, funny enough, our office here in Bryanston, upstairs is Facebook. Last week, they were launching their artificial intelligence network, and we are below them. We're downstairs, and we are running that business that we call a supersonic business. You know, we dreamt of a business that can turn $500 million with only 20 people. And that's what we are on the trajectory to do, and it's amazing the stuff that we're discovering. But as we go home, let's do 3 things. 1, let's make it happen. It's not idealistic, let's just make it happen. Make it happen at 3 levels. 1, make it happen at a personal level. And at a personal level, what do we do? Let's define our goals. Let's revisit our goals. Number 2, let's design a strategy in terms of how we're going to get there. Number 3, let's determine our resources, what sort of resources that we need. And number 4, let's declare our values. You know, I wish I can unpack it for a while, but let's make it happen, 1, at a personal level. I know that I'm talking to the best of the very best, more greatness sitting down than there is standing up. But truly, when we make it happen, we define our goals continuously, medium, short-term, and long-term goals. 2, we determine a strategy. 3, we design a strategy, but determine our resources, and ultimately we declare you know, our values. I wish I can, we don't have the time. Time is fast spent. But number 2, let's make it happen for our companies. Jack Welch, in his book, Straight from the Gutter, you know, I just love him. He wrote a book, he was the former chief executive of General Electric. And many things that he says, but 6 of them are paramount for me. The first one, he says, control your destiny or somebody else's will. Okay? And number 2, he says, face reality as it is. And number 3, he says, be candid with everyone. And number 4, he says, don't manage, lead. Instead of managing, take a leadership trajectory. But number 5, he says, change before you have to. And number 6, he says, if you don't have a competitive advantage, don't compete. Okay? So make it happen at a personal level, 1. Number 2, at a company level, control your destiny or somebody else's will. Face reality as it is. C, be candid with everyone. D, don't manage, lead. 5, change before you have to. And 6, if you don't have a competitive advantage, don't compete. And lastly, not only do we make it happen at a personal level, even as we go back to our respective place, and even those who work for us, we enable a climate conducive for us, for them to be empowered. So we make it happen at a personal level. Always looking out for opportunities to grow ourselves individually. I think David has a saying, if you're not growing, you're dying. You know? In my own journey in writing a book, I've discovered that I'm a writer. Okay? And I've got 2 books on the way. Okay? So I've discovered a passion, so making it happen at a personal level. Always looking to stretch yourself. Go back to school. Re-hone your skill. Improve yourself. I'm not too you know, you can't say you're too old for education. You know, so look for opportunities to, you know, at a personal level. You know, I wish we don't have time. 2, let's make it happen for the company. I just finished a tour with Old Mutual, but make it happen at a company level. And lastly, let's make it happen for this beautiful country called South Africa. Contrary to popular opinion, I still believe that this is the greatest country in the world. And I tell my friends all the time, I say, before you go to heaven, overseas, before you go to heaven, make sure you pass by a small heaven called South Africa. You know? And I was traveling to Nigeria the other day, and I picked up an article in the New York Times, and it talks about, still talked about South Africa being the engine to the rest of the continent. There's a lot we can engage there, but let's make it happen for this beautiful nation called South Africa. It's a great country. I'm not ignorant of the challenges, but let's make it happen. So when we go back, my part of corporate social responsibility is those kids that you refer to as Nyaupe. And for me, I see, you know, Nazim, the late Nazim, who passed away, Dr. Nelly Siwe, on Saturday, she had a men's convention, and I decided I'm going to take 12 of them. So I took a whole bunch of them, and one in particular is Junior. Junior is my pride and joy, because when I met Junior, he had a posture like this, and ultimately said, "Grootman, for me to attend your sessions, I have to smoke, man. Then I'm calm. I'm chopela wa bhema Junior wahlala wabastel." And over time, 3 months later, he decided enough is enough. And he says, "I don't have money to go to rehab. I'm the best rehab that can ever happen." And he quit. If you saw him, I was with Scheme GP, and we're just collaborating on other things. But if you see Junior, he says, "Hey, sengiyakhona nokuthola bothekeni, yabona ngimuhle kanjani," and he's just handsome young man. So as we make it happen, find 1 or 2 causes so that we can impact generations to come. And let's raise the bar of excellence in our efforts to do that. 2 days before he died, Dr. King went to a place called Memphis, Tennessee, to go and address garbage workers, as I call Pastor to come and close. And he said these words. I had the privilege, the utmost privilege, to work for his foundation, which was headed by Coretta Scott King, the late, and exposed me tremendously to amazing writers, black African writers. Read their material, the likes of Du Bois, Walter Rodney. I mean, a whole host of people. And he said he went to address garbage workers, and he said these words, and I quote, "If it falls your luck to be a street sweeper, Going out and sweep streets like Michelangelo carved marble. Sweep streets like Raphael painted picture. Sweep streets like Beethoven composed music and like Shakespeare wrote poetry. Sweep streets so well that the host of heaven and earth will have to pause and say, here lived a great street sweeper who swept his job well. So as you go home, let's raise the bar of excellence, because we possess the capacity and the capability to achieve anything that we can achieve individually, corporately, and as a country. And let's make it happen. So I'm going to ask Moruti, in conclusion, let's remember next door there's an exhibition, Siyabonga, and I'm sure there's lunch prepared. Let's mingle, let's integrate. I think Tsepo will still be here. We can ask him questions. What I like about this new dispensation is that our own CEOs make themselves available. They don't come and speak and disappear. You know, they come and sit down, listen to other people, you know, and it's something to be commendable, because when you know his schedule, you will be baffled to know that he was here with you. When you begin to see him on television and the work that he does, your eyes will be open to say, I was privileged. So I urge you to shake his hand and encourage him. It's not easy at the top, you know, to manage and to run such a monumental organization. And we thank all the CEOs and the TVET college leaders, all of you, we thank you. And Sinshaila City in the Sheni, may God abundantly bless you. Muruti utlaka chorus kapa utlaka sfela kapa. Oh no.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Inkulumo yamnai baba. Thank you to expose yourself to the faith-based organization, FBO. We believe in faith. We are a faithful people. Ne? So tina ites kolelwa kiyo umnikelo. So to expose yourself to us, sizocela umnikelo, sakhe isonto, sithenga uma-SADC, sidrive siyoshumayela. Thank you very much. You expose yourself to us, forgetting ukuthi siku-faith base. We believe baba siphila ngokukholwa nangomnikelo. Thank you very much. So nangiphumela ngaphandle ngizothatha ikhadi baba sibonane. Ngicela ukuhlabelela na ingoma sisukume sonke bese siyambonga uNkulunkulu. Riahule buha Riahule buha modimo wa rula riahule modimo waruna aonayo twan liwena aonayo twan hey aonayo twan modimo wa. Father God, we thank you. Your beautiful book is written like this. My people are perishing because of the lack of knowledge. Siyabonga nkulunkulu wethu ukuthi you put us together like this so that we can share the knowledge. Baba sikhulekela nalaba bebasibukela online. Father, let the information they've got today be helpful empilweni zabo. Siyahlukana ke nkulunkulu wethu sithi yithi laba izole besela nanamhlanje sisela sime sizokubonga sithi thank you our Father ukube wena bowungekho this service, this training ngaba izange iphumelele. Siyabonga ukuthi bowukhona. Sesibuyele emakhaya uNkulunkulu wethu. Oh, our Lord, please safeguard us. Give us wisdom. Whatever we got from this service, Father, let us go back to our different homes and implement it. Father, sibusisa nokudla sizokudla. Sithi Baba, leyo mali nalawo mandla enze ukuthi sidle. Bless them, Father, because when uNkulunkulu ungawadla abantu omuntu, whatever we do for you under your name, you said, Father, you are going to pay back. Sibongele ke moya oyingcwele. In Jesus' name, amen.